I gave him an arsenal of weapons, money, some useful powers and information about this world. Sincerely, I do not expect much of him, but having a guy with contacts in the underworld of crime can be useful down the line. If I had summoned her before, she would probably be in my inner circle. And not because of her thighs, I'm not that much led by my dick. But she is competent and has a sense of justice. Too bad I really need people in other countries, especially China. She is working with the government and did a useful report. Apparently China is controlled by old families secretly. If I have to guess, they probably use the country's resources to do shady things like research for immortality or something like that. I think this is the plot of Kunlun. There's also Shang-Chi and his family, I think. Recently I noticed that other countries like England, Canada and Russia are in a hurry to have supers. Is the arms race again, just that this time the nukes are the metas? I really hope no one does a dumb move like trying to recreate the Hulk and explode a city or trying to summon a dragon. With the all-seeing eyes of God, I saw that China is full of shine points that could be portals or pocket dimensions. China? Just continue on your turtle shell. Don't provoke me. If not, this young master will teach you guys who is the true MT Tai. Armstrong. A guy that I haven't been much in contact. 2 out of 10 too. Funny enough, he is in the political party that is compromised by Hydra apparently. And I only know this because of the movies. I still haven't found clues. Well, I haven't searched anyway. Sniffing around can bring attention and make them more cautious. Erwin and Saul are working on their own. The two have 2 tenths in bond relationship. Erwin is working well with the police and receiving information from me, and Euvigen, he is already a remarkable asset. Gwen's father likes him very much. The two have my lie detector power. And I started to see boards and commercials of Saul frequently now. Hee, do you know that you have rights? I do, so better call Saul. He spent a lot of his initial money on propaganda. But he is a businessman, so he knows what he is doing. To gain money, first is needed to spend it. Euvigen is just working to the kingpin. 3 tenths in bond relationship. I only gave instructions to let heroes get away and for him to pass information. He is just living his life. One day I could reward these guys. Taking Tsukasa to Toriko universe, dropping Euvigen in a battle-oriented planet here in Marvel, taking Owen back to an Attack on Titan universe. Even Johan. Weirdo. 5 tenths in bond relationship, flashback 3rd-person POV. In a dark apartment in New York is possible to hear the sounds of keys being put on the lock of the front door. From the door, Johann Liebert emerges. This is his apartment. After hanging his coat, he walks to the living room that has a huge window to New York. There's no need to turn on the lights. New York, the city that never sleeps, has enough light to illuminate his chair and allows for a peaceful moment. But his chair is already occupied. Long time no see, sir. Johann bowed with a hand over his heart to Hector. Your appearance is very awe-inspiring. Not Hector. A shadow-like figure of Hector. Hector hasn't come in person. With the combinations of some powers, especially Yon's capability of sending an astral projection, Hector can send his mind far from his body. Right now in the chair, a spirit-like being that appears to be made of black flames is sitting calmly with the legs crossed. So sure that is me. Hector comments in a neutral tone of voice that no one would recognize. Can my summons always know if is me under disguises or something like that? He thinks to himself. As always, he likes to create small situations to test things. Who else? I have no friends in this world. Maybe I have some enemies, but they would have killed me already. Johann comments with a smile. Hector decides to go to the main topic. How are your first meeting with the Kingpin? He asks. Tonight is exactly the night when the two met at the art gallery. Very enlightening. Is Johann answer, he is not a man difficult to figure out, especially with your information about him, sir. Johann bows again and then he continues, now. How do you want to deal with him? He asks, raising his head to look at Hector's projection. For a long time, I asked myself this question. Is the answer after some time of silence. Do you ever ask yourself why I'm going through all this trouble, Johan? When I can simply blitz at him and give you a shapeshifter power to take his place. The shadowy flame eyes go from blue to red while looking at the blonde man. The thought crossed my mind. And what is your deduction? Hector asks. Maybe you want to enjoy the hunt. Sometimes the process brings more pleasure than the product. Johan says, you're half right. I don't want to enjoy the hunt. I want to see if I will enjoy the hunt. Hector says to the silent Johan, I have no doubt that in your mind you analyze my every word and action. You can't help it. But you will not find results when there's no answer. I want to be slow. How do you suggest doing it? Hector asks. Hector himself already knows that he takes no pleasure in torturing people. When he needs to end someone, he ends them fast. But what if he has a personal grudge against this someone? He wants to know what he will feel to see his enemy suffering from his own doing. What if someone in the future hurts someone that Hector loves? Emotions can cloud rationality. Maybe feeling this now can help. He will allow himself to be selfish in this vengeance. From what I know of Wilson Fisk, he has some sort of twisted messiah complex, where he thinks that his evil deeds are a necessary sacrifice to better the city. Thinks highly of himself, acting he is the only one that can see this truth and shoulder this responsibility of being the necessary evil. His work was the most important thing from here, but now. Johan analyzes, Vanessa, huh? Are going to explore this weakness. Hector eyes Johan carefully. It's too simple to be something coming from this guy. Someone's greatest strength and great weakness sometimes are not different, sir. His strong body, his criminal empire, his woman. Everything that is his greatest source of strength and pride. But pride cometh before the fall. I suggest making him destroy everything, by his own hands. Oh, and what do you suggest? Hector asks with an even voice. Simple. Give him the illusion of control, but be the one that distributes the cards. Start small. Attack 2 places or convoys at the same time, making him need to choose to save only one. Give him trouble when he wants to spend time with his beloved. Make that with every choice he loses a little. No right answer. Slowly take his competent and trustworthy subordinates. Give him the responsibility that he loves so much and show him that he is not fit for it. Stress him to the point so that he will lash out at his Vanessa. Make him choose between his beloved or his work constantly. Watch him try to juggle many balls and looks helpless when he can't keep them in the air. Watch his life work crumble and he has no one to blame but himself. And when he loses everything, give him the hope to recover to his peak. An opportunity that with one stroke, one big effort he can have everything back and more. And then crush it mercilessly. Johan ends his speech. Hector observes, you know, you have an evil mind. Hector says equally a scold and a praise. But is your evil mind, sir, Johan bows again, but your mind is not behind mine in this aspect, sir. You're the one that gave someone like me an empathic power. A blessing and a curse. A gift and a punishment. Johan says, HMPF, if I want to curse you I would have messed with the chemicals in your brain or I would have given you empathic powers that you can't turn off. Don't overestimate your own importance. We will go with your plan. Send me your details later. Owen can work on it too. Hector says and felt weird seeing the bond relationship going up. It will be done. And I always consider your blessings as a gift. Everyone is a different book that is a pleasure to read even more than rewrite it. He comments, continue working well and I will release you in a universe full of assholes to you to have fun. Hector says before disappearing. End of flashback? Hector POV. Some people's mind simply works differently. Why the bond relationship is high? No idea. But he is useful. Being capable of using people that I don't like is a must. When he is no longer useful I can dispose of him. Killing or rewarding. Maybe find him a universe where he can have fun with nasty people. Like Game of Thrones or Akame J Kill. The mental image of throwing Johann in Westeros as OC son of Cersei makes me laugh and interested to watch what would happen. Now, everyone is in their right place, no need to move them, no treacherous thoughts, and everyone is good at what they're doing. Excellent. 4 now is easy to administrate, but I can predict that the number of summons per month in the future will increase because I'm growing stronger, and will not be always necessary to assimilate some characters. In 5 years I must have hundreds of summons. Will be a problem to keep in touch with everyone. Well, a problem for future me. I really don't envy that guy. The great thing about the summons is that I choose who and when to summon. Next night, New York. I observe the night sky of New York, while standing in a gargoyle obviously, and paying attention in case of any trouble. I'm on standby and letting Cassandra run around alone tonight. Obviously, thanks to my powers, I can follow her every move. Right now she is moving into the shadows, searching for people to help. She is a very good fighter, but that not means she is a good hero. Beating some thugs alone is different if there are people to save in the middle of the confusion. On the last nights I taught her how to assess the situation, the best take in each case, and who to take down first. The basic. Now I'm letting her do it alone, but I can intervene at any time. And she already has fans. Some people that we saved have taken pictures and posted them. Idolin's sidekick, they said. And obviously, the guessing game started. If she is my daughter, sister, some girl that I saved blah blah. Let them guess. Well, at least she is popular. Spider-Man is not patrolling tonight. The exams are getting near. He must be with Ned and Gwen. While still watching the city, I raise my hand and create an object. A silver needle, 15 centimeters long. A sinbon, if you want to call it like that. Is really impossible, huh? I murmur, looking at the failure in my hands. Passing it between my fingers and caressing it with my thumb, I used my thoughts to activate it, making it vibrate a little. Well, is a success in its own way. My hand blurred and I threw the sinbon perfectly into the eye of a gargoyle at my side. A second after landing, the sinbon starts to crumble to dust. I'm finally capable of producing nth metal after studying the Thanagarian mace. But it's not perfect. Is basically a consumable, a one-time use thing. Pseudo-nth metal, if can be called like that. I and Cortana deducted that lacks something in my body to perfect the production. Some sort of special radiation that emanates from nth metal. Still works. I tested passing a sort of pseudo-nth metal through an illusion made with Loki powers. The illusion distorted and disappeared easily, but the sword cracked and lost integrity. It's nth metal but very brittle. A failure in making armor. But success in throwing and disposable weapons. I can imagine myself producing a spear of pseudo-nth metal, Ulquiorra style, and throwing at some sort of magic being. And if we consider that it's self-destruct and leaves nothing to people to study. Anyway, I produced a lot of crossbow bolts to Helena and shurikens to Cassandra. Now, I'm thinking in using a lot PF power boost cards in the creation, power. There's a chance that will help. But I'm the type of guy to hold the consumable to use later, never using a potion in a game. I should change that. This is real life. I focus on Cassandra with my senses. Not so lucky tonight again, kitten? Your name is not helping you, it seems. I laugh seeing Cassandra subjugating Black Cat. With a knee on the back of the criminal and holding her arms from behind. Black Cat POV. And here I thought that Eidolon is bad. This little girl is a menace. It had to be his sidekick. But at least it's possible to make a conversation with the guy. I did nothing, girl. I say when she pushes my face to the ground with her knee between my shoulder blades. She answers nothing. I was just taking a breath of fresh air. I say, suspicious. She finally says something, but is not what I want to hear. I know Eidolon. He let me off the hook last time. You don't want to contradict your boss, right? I appeal. But she doesn't budge at this moment. I hear the sound of a step and turn my head to the front and I see the man himself landing. It seems that you two already met. Black Cat, Shadow. Shadow, Black Cat. He says like this situation is normal. I want to punch him now. Arg. A pleasure. Can you take your creature off me now? I say annoyed. Shadow. He says, and like an obedient puppy, the little monster lets go of me and goes to his side quietly. I stand up and glare at the man. You can let her go if she doesn't hurt innocents, Shadows. Knowing how to judge the situation is an important skill. He turns to the side to instruct his sidekick and then he turns to me, long time no see, Black Cat. How have you been? He asks nonchalantly, I was much better before meeting you. I say aggressively. Maybe I shouldn't act aggressive with the guy that can throw me at jail on a whim, but I can't help myself. And I have the impression that he is not that petty. He just tilts his head to the side, acting dumb about why I'm angry with him. I thought we departed on somewhat good terms. He comments, good terms? I departed poor. This is what you mean? I ask incredulously to this bastard. Will he arrest me if I punch his perfect face? That. He says and fakes realization, even putting a show of beating his fist on his palm. And here I'm thinking that you're mad that the sidekick spot was taken by Shadow. This guy has the talent for getting under my skin. Don't grit your teeth, Black Cat. Don't give him the satisfaction. I can see the amusement in his eyes. You're mad for losing money that is not even yours. Talking about entitlement. I can't simply let you get away that easily, right? He chuckles. A nice deep chuckle that reverberates in my bones. Down, girl. So this is the deal. I will not arrest you if you don't hurt innocents or steal things of cultural value. But if I catch you, I will confiscate your gains. He gives me a thumbs up, so work hard. Really infuriating. Come on. Don't act like it's unfair. If you rob a mob boss and be caught, your fate would be much worse. He comments and he is right. My night activities are not risk-free. I'm advantage here if is not game over with Eidolon. I sigh and massage my forehead. The spider is much easier to deal. I comment, oh, did you meet him? Be easy on the poor guy. You're a bad influence. He says with amusement, yep. I notice. Really gullible. I got away easily. A little flirt and he was all flustered, raising his hands to the air and saying that has a girlfriend. At least my charms still work. Is this Eidolon that must be a eunuch or something? To my comment is Eidolon's turn to raise his hand to his forehead to massage it. Really, Spider-Man? He really has a big mouth? So you really know his secret identity, huh? I accuse, obviously, I'm world the greatest detective, Felicia. He says nonchalantly. It takes a second for my brain to process that he called me by my real name. You. Relax. Do you think I use it against you? But a tip from a pro, domino masks are dumb. He says okay, deep breaths. Is not game over yet. The little girl looks bored with our conversation and walks to Eidolon. Or better saying, she walks into Eidolon. She literally merges with his mantle. So she can merge in surfaces? So that is how she caught me off guard. I was sure that my back is facing a wall. Is a power that I would kill to have. Well, I have things to do now. Are you planning some burglary tonight? He asks like I would tell him, to what? So that you can take my hard-earned trinkets? No, sir, I'm done for tonight. I say, oh, bye-bye. Good luck next time. He says, taking flight. Sigh, I really don't know if I hate or like that guy. Hector POV. Next day, Mutant Town. In the makeshift hospital that I made to take care of the victims of the workshop, I walk with Callisto, Mikhail and Cassandra. Everyone is already in a good condition. How many plan to go away? I ask, half of them. But they will probably come back. Almost everyone has their appearance changed, so they just haven't suffered the discrimination yet. Callist answers with a shrug. I see. And the ones that want to stay? There's enough empty houses here in Meta Town for them to stay. Cowlist says Meta Town is what the residents are calling the place now. Officially, Mutant Town. To the outsiders, Mutant Ghetto. But is good that they changed how they call themselves. Is the first step. And the gangs? I ask is Mikhail that answers, disbanded. There was some resistance. Some thugs want to be the new boss. We put them in their place. He says, things will be peaceful while you provide with food and other things, but Callisto starts uncertain, charity can only take them so far. Mikhail completes direct to the point. I know. I'm just equalizing the chances. With less worries they can focus in improving themselves. I say Mikhail nods without the need to worry about their safety, their hunger and other essentials for their livelihood. They have no excuse to continue to live like rats. He says a little too rashly, but without reason. But an influx of money is needed. I comment, or be self-sufficient. There are ways to help in the two paths but will take time. We finally arrived in a bed in the corner of the hospital. Sitting there is a woman with light pink skin and red/purple hair, the color of the wine. She has some protuberances in some extremities of her body. Both. I know her. I say nothing after arriving. The woman is looking at me intensely. Her name is Sarah. She wants to thank you personally. Callisto says she doesn't look very gratefully. I comment. And I feel Shadow moving discreetly to the woman's blind spot to take her down if she tries anything. She is always with an angry face like that. Callisto says then looks at Sarah, urging her to say something. Let me join you, is the first thing that gets out of her mouth. You will be under Callisto's command with the Morlocks. I answer without hesitation, I want to be under you. Phrasing, woman. No. My inner circle is not something that can be entered that easily. I say she doesn't look happy, but she never did since the start of this conversation. She finally nods. Do you have a code name? I ask and she shakes her head. I turn around, making my 3 subordinates follow, will be Marrow. Follow me too. She quickly gets up from the bed and settles behind us, at Shadow's side. Something more to report? I ask. The gangs are using a boy to profit. Callisto says a frog boy can produce a hallucinogenic substance from his skin. Mikhail adds, like Beak, his bones are weak. But is even worse, he can't even walk. Callist comments, I see. I make a portal and stop. Callisto, take Marrow with you and make a research on Metatown to see the people with crippling meta powers. I want details. I will help them later. She nods. Mikhail, Shadow. Follow me. Xavier Institute, Kitty Pride POV. I hate and love the internet in equal measure. At the same time, the internet is a tool to disseminate hate and bad things. It has memes. I can't stop laughing to myself with the memes of the Eidolon interview. There's even a remix of his words with autotune. He talked about a little of everything. People are finally thinking about the meta question. His revelations shocked the world. His inspiring words touched many people too. A new trend is popular now. The hashtag Eidolon challenge is what is called in social media. People are going to hear his words that they can change themselves in 6 months and is filming their progress to show the world and inspire others too. I pass my thumb on the screen of my smartphone and see one of them. Day 3 of the hashtag Eidolon challenge. The soreness is already gone and I'm feeling better. I see the caption of the video of a skinny guy in the gym. The comments are surprisingly supportive. Here, King. You dropped this and an emote of a crown. Nice going, bro, and other things. That was nice. Is mostly men in the challenge and most of them are going to the gym or practicing a sport or martial art. But there are people doing other things. Like the guy that is learning how to cook, or that woman that is learning C and C++. People are doing and reporting their progress on social media. Even me, Rogue and Jubilee have joined Jean in her yoga. Right now, we just ended our session here in the garden of the mansion. There's also the controversial topic of men and women that Eidolon talked about. Many people are mad at him. Many agree with him. I have seen some news that restaurant owners are mad because their winning decreased since the Idolin interview. They said that men are not taking women on a date in fancy restaurants anymore. If I go around on Instagram and see the post of some girl in a bikini, there will be comments like, "Don't simp, brothers. Stay strong. Don't let virtual women distract you from your grind, brother. Begone temptation. Are you horny? 10 push-ups now." Why men are so funny. This last one is always accompanied by a picture of Idolin giving his glare. And people said that he disseminated hate against women. The men are making fun of these people with memes. Like the flood of men versus women memes. There's no aggression, it's just comedy. I search for the memes on my smartphone. Found it, women. Their body is so unrealistic. No normal woman has a body like that. Is a bad influence on the little girls. And there's a picture of Lady Jade and Black Widow. Then there's a picture of literally Gigantomachia, the Hulk and the Thing and the boys talking. Damn, I need to hit the gym. Men versus women and the bathroom. The women one is just gossiping and the men one is a gif of Idolin and Thor exchanging attacks at high speed. I really love the internet. I don't know why people are mad. I agree completely with Idolin when he said that, we are not the same, but we should be equal. Even me that likes a lot of boys' things. Jean also agrees with me. She always defends Idolin. She is also a fangirl, even though she doesn't admit it. She even talked about her own experience. Even the way we do bad things is different. She said to us, I can read minds and I know that when a guy sometimes messed up with his friends, most of the cases is immaturity, some dick measurement contest. And when boys fight with punches, they are okay shortly after without hard feelings. But woman, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned indeed. In school, when a girl does a bad thing to her friend is because she is really trying to be mean. And they never forget. Never. That must be most of the cases. Thankfully, here in the mansion, everyone gets along. Must be the outside threats that unite us. I can't say that I'm good friends with every girl here, but I at least am on amicable terms. Scrolling through my phone I come across a video, Idolin bathing dogs in the most wholesome and cool thing that you will see today, is the title. Girls. I call the other three, come watch something? From Idolin. I say they lean on me to watch. In the video, there's Idolin, without his mantle squatting while scrubbing in soap a big dog. Around him, there are dozens of dogs, almost 100. They're in the air too. Jean exclaims Idolin is keeping the recently cleaned dogs in big bubbles in the air, they're running around like giant hamsters. Look how the dog waits patiently. Jubilee comments, he can talk with animals. Rogue says, such a cool power. I comment the camera shifts and shows the sky filled with dogs and bubbles having fun flying around. That's cool and really beautiful. Jean comments and really is. The bubble shifts the light, making little rainbows fill the street. There are many other people filming too. Becomes some sort of tourist attraction, but at least no one is interrupting Idolin. He must be keeping them close with telekinesis. Jean comments about the dogs. Apparently the soap is a power too. And look, is a jet of water and wind from his hand, I say. This is where? Rogue asks, I don't know. Looks hot. Pemis maybe? I say, these poor dogs must be suffering from the heat there. Jubilee sighs, check the comments. Jean suggests, oh, is really Florida. They say in the comments that Idolin healed the dogs too. I read the comments, he is a cool guy. Jubilee says the video shifts to a small mountain of dog food where the already dried dogs are eating. When I was going to comment about that, Jean suddenly raises her head. What? I ask. She is looking around and frowning. And then she smiles a little. Follow me, she said, and start walking into the garden. We look at each other and after shrugging our shoulders we follow. Doesn't take long for us to come across the laughs of children. Turning around a bush wall, we met a strange situation. There's Idolin and Mikhail, the ex-evil, apparently, brother of Pyotr. But Idolin is juggling 4 small children of the mansion like they are balls. I can't help but smile at the situation. The children look like they are having fun, and Idolin has great strength and control when he puts them on the ground after seeing us. So is not dangerous. Long time no see, he says with his hot guy voice. I can feel Rogue stiffening slightly by my side. But Jean doesn't have this problem. Idolin. She smiles broadly and advances to hug him, even kissing his covered cheek. I noticed that Idolin really lives up to his philosophy of respectful distance. His hands never leave the side of his body and he just inclined forward slightly to allow Jean's kiss. Oi oi oi. Aren't they getting along too well? Jubilee whispers in my ear. I look at them. The distance between them is less than a step. Jean still has her hand on Idolin's shoulder, and because she needs to look up, her back is a little arched and her breasts a little too forward. She is laughing at some joke between them. A very relaxed laugh. A rare laugh coming from Jean. I look to my side. To Rogue. She is frowning her brows and pursing her lips slightly to the scene. Oh. Drama incoming. End of the chapter. Extra. A glimpse into the future. It looks just like a normal 2-story house in the suburbs of a quiet town. But the residents are far from normal. In the kitchen, the mother is occupied making dinner. Even if she can snap her fingers and be done with it, she still prefers to do these things properly. Using a blue apron over her red shirt and gray leggings, Wanda Carvalho, née Maximoff, was proving the sauce when she felt her husband appear in the kitchen. Dear. She smiles while greeting her husband, but then admonishes him, you should use the door, you're giving a bad example to the boys. She says while he walks to her and kisses the top of her head. Her husband is literally the most handsome man in existence, to the humanoid standards, he always adds when someone compliments his appearance. Hector is taller than most, with a chiseled jaw, deep blue eyes, and soft and shiny black hair. He is using a somewhat tight long-sleeve black shirt that really doesn't hide his muscles and blue pants. Really casual. He retreats to lean on the dinner table while taking an apple that is golden. Wanda frowns a little while still working on the food. How was your day? She asks. The same. Nothing happened with the multiverse, I just need to exist to keep those people in place. He says, casually throwing the apple high in the air before catching and taking a bite. I see. Wanda then bends over a little to take an ingredient on the kitchen counter. Hector continues to eat his apple in silence. Weird. Wanda thinks, he hasn't slapped my ass. She remembers when she complained before, he replied that is his right and duty, and he plans to exert it. Did something happen? She asks while frowning. Is he in a bad mood? Nope. Crunch, he answers nonchalantly, giving another bite of the apple. Wanda tries to shrug it off like she doesn't care, but this is eating her inside. This time she goes to check the kitchen cabinet, literally sticking her legging-clad ass in Hector's direction. Crunch again, he is unfazed. She can't take it anymore. She raises herself up. Okay, what's happening? She turns aggressively to her husband and crosses her arms. He stops mid-bite. What? You haven't slapped my butt? You always slap my butt? She says. He looks at her and finishes his apple before finally answering, you are really hard to understand. When I do it you always protest with, not here dear, and glares and pinches my hand. Yes. But, it's not like I want you to stop. She says weakly. Hector rolls his eyes. Women? I finally understand you, my love. Relax, I will not slap your butt in situations like that ever again. Boundaries and decency are important. Thanks for teaching me. He smiles righteously. Wanda has no answer to that. Whatever, do what you want. She gives another standard dangerous answer of women. She turns again to the food. Maybe he spent time with the others. Or maybe he does not find me attractive anymore. Wanda thinks a little down. While she is lost in thoughts, Page Hector's 2 hands meet her bubbly butt cheeks very strongly. Kaya. She yelps a little at the sudden sensation. Do you really believe that? So innocent. I need to be crazy to not exact my rights. While keeping one hand mauling her butt, another goes to Wanda's front to bring her in a hug. He whispers and bites her ears lightly, before kissing her neck and sniffing her hair. The day that I don't do that, you can kill me that I can only be an imposter. He jokes while trailing kisses on her neck and face. It's impossible for an imposter to take Hector's place. All his wives have a connection with him gained through many harem management perks, so they will never be tricked. And because of this, the thought of this not being the real Hector never crossed Wanda's mind. Dear, did you not hear? The kids and she protests, very weakly and unconvincing, because one of her hands goes to his nape to bring him even closer and the other meets her husband's hand that is toying with her breasts. Turning their faces, they kiss. Wanda loves the feeling of these familiar hands, lips, and now tongue giving her pleasure. Loves to feel her husband's hunger and lust for her. She doesn't resist when Hector turns her around and pins her against the kitchen counter, pressing their bodies tightly together. His right hand goes to her head of brunette hair while the other snakes under the waistband of her leggings and panties to squeeze her bare ass. She moans in his mouth while his hand mercilessly kneads her firm and soft but like dough, his fingers dangerously close to her back door. Her hands are not idle either. Going to his hair, scratching his back, squeezing his pecs, trailing through his abs, and finally landing on his crotch. There, she found the dick that she knows very well already, half-mast. And with a quick and skillful work of her hand through his length, she brings his member to full glory. This time, she is the one that moves him, exchanging places. Putting her husband back against the counter, she goes down in a squat on her heels. Smiling while looking up at him, she releases his cock from his confines. Even at its normal size, is bigger than her forearm. She pumps it skillfully while asking, "So hubby, which of your other women have you been with today?" He laughs, "Why do you want to know?" He raises an eyebrow, "Nothing much, just to know." She shrugs while landing kisses on all of his length. Hector has a big harem, a really big harem. Wanda herself doesn't even met all of them. And she doesn't care. She loves him and is enough. And all others love him too, so work somehow. Some work with him, live with him, always close. Some live separately, like Wanda. And to take it some extreme, there are some that live in their home universe. They do what they want, normal lives, pursue power, adventure, research of magic or science, rule, or simply lays around. Wanda is good friends with many of his women. There are some that she is not on good terms, but is not like they will fight. So no, she is not jealous, but there's a competitive spirit in her. She wants to do better than others in pleasing the love of her life. Well, I pounded Anissa in her place early today. She asked me to breed her, but I denied it. His talk makes Wanda work faster with her hand. I went to other universes too. I visited Chinya Inga. You know how clingy she is, so I use time dilatation to spend days with her. Wanda massages his balls with the other hand, visited Esteth in the Hell's Cape dimension to give her a pause in all that slaughter that she loves so much and give her real love. Wanda goes even faster and starts to lick the tip of his cock. And then went to talk with Celine about magic research. We ended up fucking like demons too. Is this that you want to know? He smirks at her, passing a hand through her brown locks. So today is the day that you visit you psychotic crazy women, Hector? I'm the last of the list on your little trip. She raises her eyebrow accusatory at him, but never stopping her work with his member. Haha. He can't resist and throws his head back to laugh. Yes and no. I decided to end the day visiting my lovely wife to spend some quality normal time with her. To relax and charge my batteries. He says while caressing her hair. HMPF. She scoffs while her tongue runs on the side of his cock. You always know what to say, huh? Is easy when I only say the truth to you. He answers easily. She scoffs again. Is not for nothing that so many women love this guy, she thinks. Even Jean one day said that if he put a little effort, there's no woman with emotions that he can't conquer. Normal people, heroes, villains, demons, gods, dragons, vampires, aliens, and other types of races. His harem has a lot of diversity. And even someone like Celine Galio ended up on it. Celine Galio is not much well-liked by some of the others, even if Wanda has nothing against her. But her first impression was troubled. She and Hector, Eidolon, started as enemies. They fight each other sometimes. Hector even killed her. But she came back and did not want to fight again. She boldly declared that wants to be at his side. Hector laughed in her face and said that would not fall into a honey trap. But the woman is obstinate. She always wanted Hector's powers to herself. When she figured out that it is impossible to win against him, she tried to join him. It's not a trap, my dear. She said to him many years ago, I know that I can't trick you. So I will love and respect you truthfully. If I can't have everything alone, I want to have it by your side. And I know that to do this, I can't fake my feelings, so my only option is love you truthfully and entirely. Is the first step that I have taken. She approached and passed a finger in his sharp jaw. But you make it so easy to love you. She smiles at him. Hector can only look at her strangely, and he simply turns around and went away. But the fact that he hadn't killed her on the spot is proof that she truly starts to love him. Celine, great scheme where the first victim is herself. Years passed. She patiently waited, helping him without asking anything. Helping in the events of Necrotia and the establishment of his nation. Always there. By his side. Silently. Not forcing anything. Hector never lowered his guard against her. He is cautious like that. But eventually, she snaked her way into his heart and stole a spot for herself. Even Hector was impressed. And he could only smile resigned when he finally accepted her as a lover. Shago said that was the dark lipstick and his fetish in goth girls. But Hector is not dumb. He has his means to know if she is lying or faking it. If he accepted her, she truly loves him. In the end, Celine Galio is now one of his greatest supporters. She is prideful, but even her pride changed a little. She has pride in having Hector. Her greatest achievement. She said they have a weird relationship, where Hector controls her to not go around consuming planets and universes to increase her power. She is the type that only cares about him and nothing more. One day she asked for a universe herself, but Hector denied it. So they made a bet. The two would reincarnate in a world of swords and magic. Celine would be the demon king and Hector the chosen hero. No memories and no powers about that universe. They need to play with what they have in hand. The Celine wins, she gains her pocket universe. If Hector wins, she needs to be obedient for 5.000 years. Plot twist. During the time there, they ended up falling in love again. The hero discovered the generic trope that he was being used by the royal family and married the demon king, and then they conquered the world and ended the discrimination between humans and demons. 50 years in that world without killing themselves. The countermeasures of Hector activated and they returned. Not even a second passed here. When the sealed memories returned, they laughed and look even more in love now. The bet ended up in a draw. She received her universe, but she needs to share her control with Hector and follow some rules. After that bet, is normal for some of his women to take him on lifetime vacations. Back to Wanda. My poor hubby works so hard. Let your wife help you relax, she says sultrily. She aims the cockhead to her face and opens her mouth wide, rolling her tongue off her mouth to make space. She is ready to engulf everything with her throat. But their eyes widen slightly at the same time. Faster than the eyes could see, they move to become presentable again. Hector leaning on the table and Wanda cooking. A second later, what they noticed arriving with their cosmic senses finally entered the kitchen. Dad, two young voices shouts at the same time. Billy and Tommy fly and run to their father, respectively. Billy, Wiccan, is flying while emitting starlight from his hand and goes directly to hug his father, and Tommy, Speed, is running at incredible speeds around the kitchen, streaks of lightning accompanying his every move. What I said about powers inside? Wanda asks sternly. Tommy finally settle in hugging his father's legs to shield himself from his mother's ire. Billy is already in his father's arms. Let the boys play with their powers, is help with control. Hector defends them, but if you guys break anything, know that there will be punishment. Be responsible. He warns afterward. The two children nod solemnly before Hector let the serious mask slip off his face and starts asking how was their day. Wanda stays there, watching her most loved boys talk with each other, between hugs and kisses on the cheek and forehead. And she feels very blessed. While seeing Hector carrying the two troublemakers to the living room while Tommy tells him how she hadn't let him paint his hair, she notices Hector discreetly gazing at her. A shiver runs down her spine, settling in her lower region. That gaze is full of promises of how the night will go on because of the interruption. She decides to focus on finishing the dinner and plans for the children to go to sleep early tonight. Mother. While she is focused, she hears Tommy calling her at the side. What's it, sweetie? She asks her speedster son. You're a hypocrite. He declares strongly and full of the righteousness that only a child can have. What? She asked, perplexed, already preparing to give him an earful and a grounding. You didn't let me paint my hair, but you painted your hair in your youth. Father showed me the picture. And then he shows her the picture of her young self on his hollow tablet. In the picture, a young Wanda with hair tinted black and red on the side. Hector. How can he show this embarrassing past to her children? Wanda's eyes glow scarlet, and the sky follows suit. The world starts to deform itself like is being stretched by an invisible power. That's it. I just need to erase this dark past. Definitely, she says while her hands start glowing too. In the living room while Hector is sitting on his chair with Billy on his lap, Tommy arrives dazzled and shouts, Dad, Dad. Mother is altering the fabric of space and time again. He snitches on her but is unnecessary. Hector already knows. He sighs tiredly. This is the price for a harem. Huge problems, he thinks. His eyes started glowing to match Wanda's, but his shine white. Asterisk sigh asterisk, here we go again. End of the extra, non-canon for now. Hello there. So, this extra is just something that was in my mids for a long time. But with the progression of the story, would take a long time to write. So here is a good test too. To see if you guys like that. You know, one of the rules to me to add a girl on the MC harem is the mental exercise to imagine tier future together. Is easy to imagine this future of Hector/Wanda. Heck, I even went beyond with Hector/Celine and I find it strangely reasonable and not forced. Is my goth fetish so strong that I can't resist the dark lipstick? Tell me what you guys think. The little lemon is practice for the future too, BTW. Says what you think. I can clarify something now. There's a reader that chapters ago said that, author, I don't like a harem, but I like your story. So I'm sticking around to see how it goes. Well, thanks for the vote of confidence. Relax, that harem will take a part of the story, but will not become the focus. Will be even possible to ignore it. Maybe. The chapters are big enough that a little of lemon will impact nothing. This is what I want to say. Bye-bye. Till the next time. People disclaimer. I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. Thinking you're no good and worthless is the worst thing you can do. No beta. Little AN. Hello, sorry for the delay. Let's talk about two things briefly. First, is not like I trolled you guys don't giving the X-Men part last time. He is that I decided not cut it in half and just teased it slightly. I believe is better this way, so I add some extra things in the middle of the last chapter to make the chapter end in an interesting cliffhanger. Second, The extra with Wanda is me teasing and testing the waters of the harem progression of this story. Is non-canon because is passive to alterations. Many people think in harem and imagine that the MC will put all girls together in a castle or something and let them there. But no, the guy has literally no limit to what he can do. Sincerely, I can't imagine any man that can travel throughout the omniverse, any store with multiversal travel where the guy don't make a harem. I mean, tear stories that don't even has romance. But this is another case. There's also the common sense of the world where he visits. If he go to DXD, he can literally in one travel and one swap catch them all like Pokemon. The morals of the world allows it. Is this gonna be shown in this story? Even if I said that the MC will eventually have unlimited girls, that doesn't mean you guys will see it. So don't worry about limits. Put himself in his shoes, MC. I'm sorry, insert your waifu name here, but I can't accept your feelings for me even if you're completely fine in sharing me with other women, and I'm the one that brought you here, and you love me unconditionally. Sorry, but I set the limit to 17 girls. What? You don't see yourself with any other guy and will remain alone forever if I don't accept you? Well, not my problem. See? Success? Limits are weird to the guy that has the omniverse at his fingertips. By the way, I was thinking in practicing writing smut, writing side stories about Hector in the future in Vacation Worlds. What do you guys think about that? Little snippets. Now, to the story. Enjoy. Recap. After making some plans to the future and manage his summons, Eidolon finally visits the X-Men mansion. Eidolon POV. After leaving Callisto, I and my two sidekicks arrive. In the airspace of Xavier's mansion. Making a platform in the air, I observe things a little before announcing my arrival. Mikhail continues by my side a little nervous. Cassandra decides to go into my mantle. Is it her favorite place now? Or she is just shy? I look at the mansion. A large expanse of land. Xavier's parents were loaded. I use my visual powers to check everything. Everyone is here. Good timing. HM? Why the girls are in yoga pants? Is this my Yuki Rito's luck acting so that the moment that I visited I will be graced with such a sight? Thanks, I guess. But I have to say, comic book pretty really makes wonders in this world. A bunch of cameras? I see thanks to my special/super senses I can see the camera activities. Similar to Superman, I can see through the electromagnetic spectrum. I can see radio/television waves and broadcasted/transmitted frequencies. In this way that he avoids satellites, by the way. My vision is not a good of the DC main character, but is still pretty good. Cortana. I say in my mind. The cameras are broadcasting to 3 different places, Master. Should I investigate deeper? My AI companion asks, no? Let's not underestimate the technology of these people. Even if they can't counter you, they can still notice you. I answer, my meta-knowledge is a good advantage. Let's say, for example, I can bet 100 gacha points that one of the people spying on the X-Men mansion is Mr. Sinister. To the people who know, he is an annoying villain. Tremendously capable and cautious. A guy that is hard to kill because he has no qualms in cloning himself and controlling his clones remotely, or even transferring his mind to another body if he dies. Something that I would do too. Is annoying to see the similarities between myself and the villain sometimes. So, back to the focus, the number of people that know about him in this day and age could probably be counted on one hand. I only know about him because of my meta-knowledge. If he suspects that I know that he exists, he will probably hole himself up, making it hard for me to catch him. Actions have risks. He will not act if he thinks he will be discovered/caught. The same principle works with me. I will not act against these guys if I'm not sure that I end them completely. If I fail, will become harder to deal with them. This is not a game where I can load my last save and try again. Sinister, Sublime, Trask, Pierce, the 2 of them, Donald and Alexander. When I act against them, I don't want them to come back like this is a comic or a movie. I watched the X-Mansion with my many visual powers again to make sure. Yep, they're only cameras. No bombs or traps. I analyzed the layout, residents, and other things. Record everything. I instruct, already doing it, master, is her reply. Looking from above, I confirm that the X-Men are really in the initial stage of formation. There are only 5 adults in the whole facility. Colossus is only 19 years old, Storm is in her middle 20s, Beast and Xavier are in their 30s and 40s respectively. And Wolverine is really old. After this, everyone is a minor. But in 3 to 4 years, the first generation X-Men will all become adults. This is another analyze of mine, observing the age of the people here, the progression of things. I think in 4 years this world will be like in the comics where supers are common as cabbage. I need to prepare. Too many people is always trouble. By the way, my investigations into Charles Xavier showed that he also has been in contact with other adult metas, like Forge and Darwin. So it's safe to say that Xavier people are much more than the ones here. I even searched for Sage. But I couldn't find her, because I never knew her real name and she has no distinct features. Her powers are nice but are not something I would die for now. I decide to finally go down and knock on the door. But there are some kids playing nearby. I plan to just wave at them and continue to the mansion, but they have different plans. They stopped me and Mikhail and with amazement on their face started asking all sorts of questions. Well, one of them at least, the extrovert one, the rest are too shy to say something and just keep staring at me. Are you Eidolon? The kid asks the obvious. This one has brown tree-like skin. I jokingly look at my hands. I think I am. They giggle, and then the barrage of questions starts for real. I answer the best I could. Mikhail at my side looks constipated, still nervous about meeting his siblings. Imitating Metro Man, I decide to juggle the kids, obviously taking care to not hurt them. But they are having fun, so is not a problem. Megamind is a potential world to visit, but the powers there are inherited from their alien races and the technology is not a priority. Obviously, I'm still curious about the true power level of Metro Man. The guy literally lived a whole day in less than a second. This makes him have relativistic level speed and reaction time. And that is fucking bullshit. This is Silver Age level Superman bullshit. When the Man of Steel used to fly around the world to revert time, sneeze entire solar system out of existence, and created super powers every other day. Is like Saitama? Being strong as much the plot needs. One day when I have biokinesis, I would go there to try to take their physiology to myself and see if Metro Man is a joke character or not. I also am not in a hurry to go to the mansion, because someone will come at me first. Some seconds ago I felt a wave of mental power wash over the place we are. I could have evaded it, but she probably recognized my mental wavelength, and is convenient that she takes me to the mansion. I can feel the 4 girls approaching. I don't remember them being close friends canonically. Kitty and Rogue. But Jean was always with Scott, right? And Jubilee with Logan, like his sidekick. Seeing Jean appear from behind a living wall, I continue to juggle the laughing children while greeting her. Long time no see. The others appear too, following Jean. HM? Is Jean a little different? The other are very surprised in seeing me, but Rogue. Wait, how? Her heartbeat is increasing, her cheeks are gaining color. Sometimes I think my super senses are almost an invasion of privacy. But serious? I have a 2-minute contact with her. Is she that much lacking in love? Or this is some sort of hero worship? I'm starting to think that Mr. Sinister is manipulating her too, like Scott, to her to like me and we make a baby. A meta that can absorb powers and physiologies is a scary prospect. Like me, but with osmosion powers from Ben 10-2. I want an osmosion card. Eidolon! Jean exclaims, making me focus on her again. There's really something different about her. My paranoid mind goes to dark places and imagines that Xavier did something, but maybe not. It looks better, I think. I put the children down while they protest and make sad noises. She advances with a smile and goes for a hug. Our evening together made us somewhat friends, but she is acting very friendly and outgoing. But she doesn't look in love with me or anything. I only incline myself a little, while keeping my hands at my side. So you finally visited? She asks after kissing my cheek. Well, I would visit earlier, but I have a bit of an unforeseen circumstance to deal. An alien invasion. Do you believe it? I say, acting like is no big deal. She giggles. I think you are the only guy that can use this as an excuse and be true. Not true. This is becoming very common. These outlandish excuses, I mean. Another day I stumble into a wife trying to explain to his husband that she cheated because she was under mind control. I say, and it's true. There's also that guy that stole a vehicle from the company where he works and said that was destroyed in a battle of Spider-Man versus Rhino. Her eyes widen and the laughs while covering her mouth. She is pretty when she laughs carefree like that. Oops, down, Hector. Bad Hector. Don't even start it. In my defense, she is very close and using yoga pants. Can you blame me? I turn to the other three girls. They're approaching too, but acting more reserved when compared with Jean. Nice to see you two again. I nod to Kitty and Rogue. Tentakitty and Rough Rogue, right? I tease a little, remembering they're roasting each other during our fight. Kitty, that was going to say something, almost chokes, and Rogue's face goes to compete with Jean's hair to see what is redder. Seriously? Is this what you remember? Kitty exclaims, exasperated. Well, it made an impression, I say, and watch Rogue cover her face while muttering to Kitty to kill her fast. Girls pact. Never talk embarrassing stuff in front of others. Deal? Kitty extends her hand to Rogue. Deal. Rogue replies and the two do a strange secret handshake. I turn the fourth member of this group. Jubilee. Famous in the X-Men 90s cartoon. She has Asian features. HM? I'm meeting a lot of Asian girls recently. We haven't been introduced. I say to her, you act like you don't know her. Or everyone else in the mansion. Jean says at my side while rolling her eyes. Excuse me? I act offended. You say like I'm some sort of paranoid guy that investigates everyone's background. Is this what you think that of me? Yes. She says, making her voice deeper and a deadpan face. She is imitating me. I can't resist letting out a chuckle. You're right. Did your telepathic powers evolve enough that you can finally surpass my defenses and enter my mind, Ms. Gray? I ask jokingly. She stops her giggling to make the deadpan face again. Maybe, she answers exaggeratedly deep again. Her mouth twitched a little, holding a laugh. Woman, these yes and maybe are trademarked. You can't use it against me. The cheeky of this woman, using my vague answers like that. We too laugh a little, but feeling a negative emotional feedback in Rogue's direction, I decided to change the focus of the conversation. Jubilation Lee. A pleasure. I extend my hand at her. The tacit confession that I indeed know about her makes Jean rolls her eyes again, exasperated. Likes. Call me Jubilee. The Asian Meta says while shaking my hand. So, international superhero, what brings you into our humble school? She asks the main question. Later, the six of us, 7 if counting Cassandra and my mantle, walk to the mansion entrance. I said to them that I have business with Xavier and come to check on Jean too, like I promised last time. I don't reveal too much, because it's a personal thing for Jean. I don't know how much she told the people here. But my words made the mood a little awkward. I will not act like I don't know the why. Rogue must have a thing for me, and it looks like I and Jean are very close and compatible. From an outside point of view. Jean said that she sent a telepathic message to the professor, and we start walking slowly while talking. The girls, Kitty and Jubilee mostly, asking a bunching of questions. That purple Oni samurai that appeared recently, is she one of yours? Kitty asks about Siko. Yes. I answer. From my peripheral vision, I see Jean holding a laugh again. Maybe I have a problem in answering too little. Do you have people in, like, all around the world? Kitty continues. Yes. This time Jean laughs out loud. It's not my fault, but vague answers are the best. Things will change in the future. I will have even more people, and I can't say that most of them now are spies. I decided to continue my explanation, even if I act more in America and Europe. Yes, I have people around the world. Why didn't they help in the invasion? Jubilee asks. Why didn't you help? I would be an asshole to say it. A good question of her part nonetheless. Because they didn't exist back then. But I can't answer this. See why vague answers are good? Not all of them want. Or are combatants. I say, shrugging my shoulders. I said in the interview. Our help is not always appreciated. I can't force them to expose themselves. I say, seeing their pensive expressions, I continue, and is not needed really. The invasion was a piece of cake. Is better to let them stay anonymous for now. Who knows what type of enemies will appear in the future, right? Better to have trump cards. Is the invasion a piece of cake? Jubilee asks a little incredulously. Yep, I successfully changed the focus. Yes. Look at me going again. The Chitauri army is very, very weak when compared with others out there. The words, weakest army in the galaxy, is not an exaggeration. They're really pathetic. I say to their surprised faces. Obviously, when compared with the armies that fights these interplanetary battles, I add, if Thor was not mind-controlled, we would have ended that battle in 12 seconds. I say. Jean looks at me a little. Because of this you don't like these types of powers, huh? Well, is the type of power that I less like. It makes things annoyingly complicated. I say with a shrug. We finally reach the mansion. And I'm not surprised in seeing the lineup waiting for us. So, should I be thankful for the welcoming party or be prepared for a fight? I whisper jokingly to them, making the girls laugh. Spoiler alert, I will win. I look at the people waiting. If I need to organize them, I would separate them into 3 groups. The adults, the main group of X-Men students, and the secondary group of X-Men students. The adults are the 5 that I said earlier. The main X-Men group are the ones above 15 years old, but not adults yet. Jean, Kitty, Rogue, and Jubilee are part of this group. They're Scott, Spike, Kurt, the ones I met last time. But there's also Robert Drake, Iceman, Warren, Angel, Ellie, and Yukio. Together with the adults, they're the first-generation X-Men. Then there's the secondary X-Men team. Younger people with ages between 12 and 14. I recognize most of them from movies and cartoons. Some are obscure characters from the comics. Sean Cassidy, the Banshee, is a blonde, skinny teenager with middle-length hair. His power is to create sonic waves with his voice. He can use it as propulsion to fly using that suit with wings. Samuel Guthrie, the Cannonball, is another blonde guy, but with shorter hair. His power is thermochemical energy field propulsion. Sounds cool, but is literally a hot, powerful fart. His lower body became a turbine. Interesting to note is that the Guthrie family is full of metas. The children are all here. Melody and Joshua Guthrie are part of this secondary X-Men group. The 2 had brown hair. The boy is called Icarus, and obviously, he has bird-like wings like Warren. The girl can fly without help, but only this. The other sister is much more interesting. Paige Guthrie, Husk, has a power similar to of Darwin. She can adapt to extreme situations. She literally sheds her skin, changing her body to the best response to the situation. The others, Elizabeth, Joelle, Lewis, Sissy, and Jebediah, are younger. And they are only residents of the mansion. Tabitha Smith, Boom Boom, is a blonde girl with a punk style. I remember her in X-Men Evolution. She can create energy bombs, and I think she defected to the Brotherhood at some point. Ron Sinclair, Wolfsbane, is a lycanthrope. Very petite with short brown hair. I remember that she dies in the comics victim of a lynching. Well, is not happening in my universe. There's the Logia users, Suraya Kadir and Cecily Kincaid. The first is an Arab girl wearing a black jilbab and the other is a redhead that can turn into metal. Crocodile and T-1000. Nice powers. And I was surprised to know that Scott's brother is here. Alexander Summers, Havoc, is the middle of the Summers child. Power, concussive energy projection, but from him, the thing is shot from his chest. I thought that he was a villain initially. Good for you guys, that is not the case here. But my worry is with the youngest of the Summers. And then there are 2 Brazilians here. Representativity. Ooh. Anyway, why did the 2 have powers with fire? Well, Brazil is hot and has florists. But seriously, jokes aside, that is the image of Brazil to the world. In DC there's a Brazilian meta too. And try to guess her power. One try. Yes, fire. Green fire to be exact. She is hot at least. No pun intended. Like Scandal Savage, the daughter of Vandal Save, that is Brazilian too. And we can't forget about the new Wonder Woman. From Amazon. Huh? I will not even say anything. Well, back to this universe. Amaraquilla, Magma, and Roberto da Costa, Sunspot, have similar powers. Amara is the love child of Akainu and Whitebeard, yikes with this mental image, but her powers are turning herself in magma and do earthquakes controlling the tectonic plates. In the X-Men Evolution she has dark skin and dark hair. Here, she follows the comics in being a boring blonde. An interesting fact is that she is from New Rome, a hidden city in Amazon that is controlled by Celine Galio. Maybe she is a spy. Roberto da Costa is a black Human Torch that can't fly, for now. But he can absorb heat and fire, so I think he probably would win against Human Torch in a fight. The last 2 of this secondary group are interesting too. HM? While we are finally some steps away from the X-Men, something happens. I look to the sky. It's darkening and I see. Interesting. I say while looking at the Native American girl of the secondary group. Kitty Pride POV. Whoa. Eidolon is really here. Is he taller than last time, or is just my impression? Last time he was completely covered by his mantle, hood, and everything. So we have seen very little of the man himself. Not even Jean has seen his face before the invasion, but she seems to trust him for some reason. I mean, if he wanted he could have hurt us. And if we had doubts that he is not a bad guy, the invasion and his actions later pretty much confirmed that he is not a villain. Now, I'm a little worried about Rogue. Her mind tends to go in the darkest direction possible. Seeing Eidolon and Jean interact, as Jubilee said, giving coupley vibes, for some weird reason, because they interacted for one evening. Seriously, what they talked about? Now I'm curious. I'm feeling the chemistry from here. Poor Scott. Poor Rogue. I hope she calms down and doesn't create resentment from anything. They're simply good friends. If she thinks about it carefully, they just hit off. And is not hard to hit off with Eidolon, I'm noticing. Even if sometimes he gives vague answers, he is nice. I asked a lot of questions to change the subject and make Rogue focus in other things. I'm surprised that there's another huge group, beyond us and the Brotherhood. Even more surprised is that the Professor and Magneto never noticed them. This guy is really discreet. When we are approaching the rest of the people I have entrance of the mansion, something weird happened. It's like the world is ending. Started with weak and weird winds that grew strong. The sky darkening. A distant sound. Are we being attacked? Well, what bad timing from the enemy. Interesting. I hear Eidolon's voice at my side. He is looking at the sky. Everyone looks up too. There are figures in the sky. Is not possible to distinguish them. But they're giants made of shadows. The eyes that shone in different colors are the main distinguished feature. But looking with attention is possible to notice other differences. One of them has glowing purple eyes, one is just a mass of darkness, there's some that are red, another one white, one looks like a woman with a crown that shines in different colors, a bird made of fire and many other strange figures. Most of them are humanoid, or close to this. Everyone is already on high alert and preparing themselves to a battle. HMPF. I hear Eidolon snort and an invisible wave is emitted from his body. Is this some sort of mental power? With him at the center, the darkness is dispersed and the sky starts clearing. A very interesting power, Ms. Moonstar. Eidolon says, looking at Danielle that is between Suraya and Cecily. She is holding her head, looking uncomfortable. Oh, Aya. Is it her power that did that? Danielle, also known as Mirage, can create very realistic illusions of people's fears. The illusion can even interact with the real world to some extent. So everything was... I look at Eidolon. That ending of the world scenario was his fears? He is not looking at Daniele at the moment. His eyes are fixed on the retreating darkness. Right there, something refuses to go away. A figure, very small when compared with those giants from before. But that thing makes me feel really uncomfortable for some reason. I feel like my body and powers are getting out of control. I'm even trembling uncontrollably. I shakily look around and notice everyone in the same situation. The figure looks like is made of darkness and is flickering in and out of existence. A male figure with normal height, red shining eyes and a white smiling mouth. It looks like his hair are tendrils that are moving erratically in all directions by the wind. What is that thing? Eidolon points to the figure and disperses it like all the others, and the world finally goes back to normal. I, and many others, release a breath that I don't know I was holding. Eidolon's head turns to the group again. Well, this is awkward. I can feel the heavy mood. Are you two okay? Eidolon asks, concerned too. I look at the group and notice that beyond Danielle clutching her head, David is bleeding from his nose, eyes and ears. Was he attacked? I haven't seen it. Wait, maybe. David Aline, also known as Prodigy, has an interesting power. He can copy people's expertise. Only work with people nearby of him, but he has copied Logan's battle experience, my computer skills, Dr. McCoy's knowledge of science. Well, these things wear off if the person that he copying goes away from him. So he is not taught overpowered. So, did he try to copy Eidolon's skills? Did you copy Eidolon's skills, David? Jean asks before me with a frown in her face. The 12-year-old boy looks ashamed and nods. There's no harm. Eidolon raises his hand to Jean and then advances a little to stroke David's hair. His hand shines a little. I think he is healing David. I'm flattered that you want to be like me, really? Eidolon say, and is possible to hear the smile in his voice. Wait, so he get hurt because he copied you? An overload or something? This never happened before, right? I can't help but ask, and I look around for confirmation. Eidolon looks at me. Let's say that I'm a little overqualified. Then he looks at David again. This is a nice power that you get there, and you're still young. In the future, you will probably be able to keep the things you absorb from others. Maybe even what you absorbed from me today was saved as untapped potential. Use it for good, okay? To defend people. Eidolon says, huffing David's hair again. The kid nods vigorously with shining eyes and a smile. Eidolon is really cool. A word of advice, though. Eidolon continues, too much of anything can be bad. Train your body and mind so that you can use your power well and that you didn't suffer. And not use your power so lightly. I know a guy, he is called Taskmaster. He is not even a meta, but he can mimic anything that someone does only seeing once. A genius in his own way. But his talent has a price, as the more he duplicates the skills of other people like martial arts and gymnastics, he loses something else because his mind can't store everything. I call this lack of memory, like a computer. So his body, out of his control, started erasing things. Like memories from childhood, the face of loved ones and other important things. Damn, that sounds horrible. No power is worth this price. You're meta, unlike him, and maybe you won't have this problem, but be careful, okay? Eidolon asks and David nods. Seriously, this remember me of when Eidolon in his interview said that every power has a price. Did the universe already claim my price? Or I will suffer in the future? Taskmaster? I met this guy once. So this was his thing, huh? Makes sense now. Logan's gruff voice is heard and I turn to him to see him scratching his beard. Seriously, Logan has too many stories to count. And is always something about him killing something or something trying to kill him. Wait, are we forgetting about that whole day turning night scenario? What was those things? Paige asks exasperated. I look at Eidolon. Is just my fears manifested by Ms. Moonstar's power? Eidolon confirms what most of us think. He looks nonchalantly. Your fears? Jean looks at him preoccupied. He looks at her and shakes his head. Just some universe-ending threats? Is more of a worry, really. Would be hard to keep people safe even if I win. And would be hard to win. He comments, threats? Aurora asks, cosmic horrors, demons, dimensional entities. These things. He says, and I am surprised at how nonchalantly he talk about these things. Come on, man. But he acting nonchalant calms me. I have to admit. And that last one? The small one? I ask. That one looked different. It was not like the others. Giants' visions in the sky. Eidolon doesn't answer immediately. Is this personal? Now I'm feeling bad for asking, it's me. He finally says. Almost everyone turns to look at him surprised. You. Jean is the one that digs deeps into it. Eidolon shrugs again. Just my worry about going crazy, being controlled or going to the dark side. He admits and says the last part joking. Some of us can't help but laugh. This guy really can control the mood. Thankfully Ms. Moonstar power was not at the Omega level, so all the images have not even a fraction of the real thing's true power. Jean still looks at him worried, but at this moment the professor advances. I think I owe you an apology, Eidolon. This is not the first impression that I hope to make. He said. Eidolon raises his hand to stop the professor. It's okay. Really is. Incidents like these can be really common in the meta community. I can't think less of you all because of an uncontrollable circumstance. And how is Ms. Moonstar? He said magnanimously before turning to Danielle that is still on the ground taking deep breaths. She has no evident problems, but shows signs of exhaustion and heavy fatigue. Dr. McCoy says from Danielle's side. I can see Danielle mouthing something, but she is saying it too low for me to hear. What doesn't look like a problem to Eidolon, because he answers her, it's okay, you don't do it on purpose. And is not like these fears are some deep personal trauma, only a preoccupation that sometimes keeps me awake at night. He then chuckles before continuing, and I dealt with them easily, maybe I should thank you for the free therapy. Despite the situation, Danielle smiled. This guy is too smooth. The Gapmo is strong in this one. Looking all dark and being a nice guy. He extends his hand to the professor. We finally met, Professor. I read your articles, Children, Nature versus Nurture, and Influence of the X gene in the Development of Pre-Adolescence. I personally call it metagene though. Eidolon says chuckling, you too, Dr. McCoy. Your study about that new rocket fuel would accelerate spatial exploration in 100 years. Too bad you have to cut contact with the world. Eidolon says regretfully, nerd. The professor and Dr. McCoy look pleased with Eidolon and the professor says, let me present everyone, Eidolon. They're most excited to meet you. He greets everyone normally. But at Scott's time he says something different. It appears that we started on the wrong foot last time. I had my reasons, I can understand yours too. As time proved, I had no bad intentions, so I hope you all, he says gesturing to the people of the fight last time, including me and the girls, can forgive me and we can let bygones be bygones. He extends his hand to Scott, Ohio. He is being the big man here. Scott, what are you gonna do? Scott nods a little stiffly but takes the offered hand. With an okay, he nods and shakes Eidolon's hand. Well, you didn't need to hit us so hard. I joke while elbowing the black-clad hero. He looks at me with the eyes smiling. Well, I have my reasons to keep secrets at that time. And I can't go easy on you guys, maybe I would lose. He says. Okay, you say this lie and I pretend that I believe. Even Jean rolled her eyes at this. Good that any lingering grievance has been solved. The professor says with a smile, but I ask myself if you have any deep reason to visit, Eidolon. If you want to see around, you're more than welcome. Well, there are some reasons for me to come, yes. I promised Jean to visit, but this can wait. I want to talk with you, Professor, and ask for some things. But first, Eidolon turns around. You guys must know Mikhail, Pyotr's brother. He says, gesturing to the silent man. Yep, we know him. We had a little of problem with him in the past. He is taller than Pyotr with a low ponytail. He wants to talk with his siblings. Eidolon continues. The mood becomes a little awkward. The two brothers stare at each other without any of them saying anything. Eidolon decides to end this situation. Before you two talk, I need to say something. He told me about the last encounter between you two. Let's say that he is not that man anymore. There are circumstances for that. I will not enter in details because it's not my place to say. But let him explain himself, I can vouch for him. Eidolon says firmly, well, if the man is saying, at this moment, a little blonde girl come running to us. Most of the kids, below 10 years old, is watching us from afar, curious about Eidolon. But like feeling that is about her brothers, Ilyana Rasputin comes and hugs Pyotr's leg while cautiously looking at her eldest brother. This is somewhat of a mistake on our part. Ilyana is just a small girl of 5 years old. She doesn't have power, but Pyotr was her last living relative. They thought that Mikhail was dead, so she lives here. She shouldn't look at Mikhail like that, but after the fight with Mikhail in the past, some of us let it slip and she heard it. So in her mind, her eldest brother is a bad guy that hurt her other brother. And she also hasn't many memories of her eldest brother. She was a little more than a baby when Mikhail was an astronaut and presumably died. Hello there, you must be Ilyana. Eidolon says with his eyes smiling, your brother told me about you. He didn't lie when he said that you're cute. He says. Ilyana smiles slightly but still didn't let go of Pyotr's pants. Is my brother your friend? She asks while looking between Eidolon and Mikhail. You could say so. He helps me greatly. Eidolon says, in some cultures is natural to give gifts to younger relatives of friends when you meet them, you know? There's something that you like? I can get it for you. So much power. Ask for world domination, Ilyana. Plushies. Ilyana answers uncertainly. I see. Eidolon's hands move under his mantle a little before emerging from the two front slits. He is holding 3 plushies. They are like a foot each and look like chibi versions of Eidolon, Mikhail, and Pyotr. Cute, I want the Eidolon and Pyotr one. Here, he gives to her. She smiles broadly while accepting the gifts. She then turns to Pyotr and shows him, look, it's you. The big man smiles and nods, yes. What we say? He nudges. She turns to Eidolon again, thank you. He simply pats her head. Ugh, this guy can also give fatherly vibes too? I can almost hear Rogue ovulating beside me. I decide to be shameless. Hey, do you have more of these? I haven't seen them for sale. I say to him, acting overly friendly. He chuckles. Let's say that they're unique because I made them myself. Want an Eidolon too? He teases while taking another chibi Eidolon from below his mantle. Cute. With mantle and everything. Yes. I don't even hesitate and snatch from his hand. This is a collector item. Will sell for a lot in the future. Thank you. I at least have good manners. Wait. I hear Jean's voice. Did she want one too? You say that you made it, but Ilyana only asked it now. And you gave her of her brothers too. How? Good question. Do you have a lot of plushies of all the heroes? Jubilee asks. He chuckles again and shakes his head. No, I made it now. Is a power of mine. He says vaguely. Do you have the power to make plushies? Jubilee asks incredulously. This is a very specific power. He only laughs and takes another plushie from under his mantle and gives it to Jubilee. But this time is a chibi Jubilee, with a yellow coat and pink glasses and everything. Wow! She exclaims, thanks. And this is a weird power to have, by the way. She adds, making him shrug his shoulders. Not my weirdest power, you know? I have one that is literally healing people by kissing them. He says. Well, should I punch Rogue in the mouth now or what? Eidolon, my neck is all stiff because of how I slept, Paige says shamelessly. Her brother can only sigh exasperatedly while closing his eyes. Is that so? Eidolon asks while advancing. Wait, is he really gonna do it? When he finally reaches Paige, she gulps loudly in anticipation, but Eidolon simply raises his hand to touch her shoulder. A second later he retrieves it and should be better now, he said, and goes back to his previous place. I have a lot of superfluous power. I should have known. Look at Paige's face. You're too forward, woman, and now I'm sure. Eidolon is a troll. He likes to mess with people a little. I watch Eidolon offers Jean and Rogue plushies too. 2 for each. One of him and one of them. He also gives his chibi version to Jubilee and my own plushie to me. Pyotr and Mikhail goes to talk privately in the garden. Roro holds Ileana for now. Eidolon talks a little with the professor. Is not any big secret, there's no need to talk privately. I hear Eidolon say after I pay attention. I think they're discussing where they can have a talk. So follow me to my office, Eidolon. Hank, Logan. Come with us. Aurora, can you watch the kids? The professor says and she nods. Oh, they will be talk privately. Too bad. Well, we can wait for him. Watching Aurora move away and then the rest of the adults, I turn to Rogue. Look, he has better self-control than you. I say. She looks at me confused. He hadn't looked at Aurora retreating booty. I smirk at her, making her blush. Then we follow them, at least we can go to them till the professor's office. Eidolon POV. Is interesting interact with these guys. In my past life, these are the people that I looked up to as a kid. Wanting to be like them, have their powers, playing as being them. Now I'm the big shot here. And most of them looks up to me. Is a strange feeling. As we pass through the entrance, I think about how these people looked like their comic versions. Xavier doesn't look much like Patrick Stewart even if all bald heads look a little the same. Logan looks like Hugh Jackman a little, but he is small. The 6 feet tall Hugh Jackman can make us forget that Logan is 5 feet 3 inches. Aurora is a little similar to Halle Berry but even more beautiful and more curvy. Even being young, she has almost a MILF body. Is this a perk of her connection with Gaia? The MILF of the MILFs. At the entrance hall of the mansion, Kitty pokes my shoulder. You can hang your mantle here? She says, pointing to the coat hanger. I look at her and she looks at me. I shake my head slightly. I know her intentions, but goes to take off my mantle nonetheless. But first, I use my right arm to open my mantle and Cassandra gets out of it. Meet Shadow. My sidekick, if you want to say that. I present her to them. Like always, she says nothing and just stands there. Hi, I'm Kitty. Nice to meet you. Kitty, the most outgoing of these people, extends her hand. Cassandra hesitates a little before shaking the extended hand, but says nothing. She doesn't say much. Don't think she is rude, please. She had a troubled childhood. I explain. They nod in understanding. Many of us can relate. Jean says, Yep, we can accept some eccentricity. Jubilee says, Yep, they're nice people. I then remove my mantle and hang it. Wait here, Shadow. Can I trouble you guys to take care of her? I say to them they didn't say anything for a while. Oh, absolutely. Nice body, by the way. Kitty winks at me and gives taps on my back. This is what she is looking for. Well, is natural to be looked at. I'm using a tight suit after all. And she is doing it mostly as a joke anyway. Your suit looks a little different from last time. Jean comments. Yes. My designer changed it a little. I comment while looking at myself. Basically, Edna just drew better white lines in my suit, but the difference is notable. My body looks even more aesthetic. Less is more, darling, she said at that time. You really have a designer to hero clothing? Kitty asks. Yes. You guys not? Nope, Dr. McCoy did that, and we mostly chose the color and other things. Kitty answers, I have noticed that the clothes of our plushie sare's different. Jubilee comments. Well, it's because I made it with the suit of you guys that I think is cooler. I could take you guys to her one day. She would love to do something to you all. I say, that would be cool. Kitty exclaims. And now I say my temporary goodbye and follow Xavier, Hank, and Logan. Leaving Cassandra behind, I hope she socializes a little with girls at her age. Now about the man in the wheels. I'm only half surprised that he didn't try to enter in my mind at the first greeting. The fanfics lied to me again. Or maybe he knows better. Then try. I had an entire scenario where I would flip people's opinions of him after he mess up. Well, keeping things civil is good too. Entering in the man offices, we sit in around a little table in the middle of it. Xavier positions his wheelchair between the two couches where I sit alone and Hank sits opposed to me. Logan simply goes to lean in a wall a little off my field of view. A good position to attack me, but I don't care. So, Eidolon, we can talk calmly now. Or another thing. Xavier says, no need. Thank you. I will be direct, Xavier. All of us are busy individuals, no doubt. I start making him nod. 3 things. There are 3 things that I want to ask you. You can refuse everything, I will not be offended. Very well. If it's in my power. He says smoothly. We'll start. I would like to propose a technological exchange. I say, exchange. This perk up Hank. Sincerely, this first thing is only a distraction. I doubt that they will accept. Yep. Nowadays, world-class genius have become common. I chuckle with Hank, but it's hard to come by at good world-class genius. And we have similar objectives, even if we tread different paths. I say to nods, so we would research together? Or do you want something specific? Hank asks, well, this deal would consist in us sharing things that we discovered concerning the metas. As I said, we are busy people. Would be hard to meet often. And about something that I want. I want the schematics to the Cerebro. I say, making the raise their eyebrows, like I say you all can refuse if it's a sensitive thing. In truth, I have my own Cerebro in production. Stole the idea from you guys, but start doing it in my own, alone. So probably should be different in some things. Would be nice in exchange to compare our creations. I say, and I'm not even lying. I really started making a Cerebro. But I don't put it forward because I wanted to check the Cerebro from here first. In the BNHA/MHA world, the prison Tartarus scanned and read the brain wavelengths of the most dangerous inmates to see if they use their power and neutralize them at first notice. My Cerebro follow a similar principle, and I believe that the one of X-Mansion 2 is a global scanning of the brainwaves of the metas to see when the powers are being used and locate them. There are other things that I can share too, like medic bays or hard light constructs research. Jean told me that you guys used it on the danger room, but appears to be a little behind mine. I say, medical research is not even a problem if it's to save lives. And if Elixir joins the X-Men, will become obsolete anyway. I stop talking and wait. Xavier and Hank exchanged looks, and are probably talking telepathically. Xavier is good at hiding his traces of telepathic activity. Sincerely, I don't care what they say. They probably will deny it with flowery words. Eidolon, I'm sorry that I can't give you an answer now. I and Hank will discuss it later. He said, called it. The Cerebro is like their greatest weapon. And there's that thing about maintaining saved metas' minds to resurrect them later that I saw in the most recent X-Men comics in my former life. Is this what I truly want? And I already scanned the Cerebro earlier while I'm flying above the mansion. Sorry, but not sorry. You guys probably haven't made that save thing yet, but if I see you starting point I can get there eventually on my own. No problem. As I said, I will not be offended. Answer, do not answer, answer in some years. I really will not be offended. I say politically good. And what about the other things? Xavier says, the second thing is divided into 2 parts. And is about the students here. I raise 2 fingers, you know, Xavier. I admire very much your work here. It takes money, dedication, and time to set up something like the Xavier School. Time is the thing I lack now the most. I say, speaking in a low voice the last phrase, thank you. It's good to know that you appreciate my efforts. It was really a challenge in the beginning, but everything is worth it now. He says. Xavier was a billionaire. But he spent a good amount of his inheritance on setting up this school. I have something similar. Recently I helped the mutant town, taking care of the gangs, giving medical care to some metas there. Very recent project, but I'm working on it. I say, this is very good to hear. That place really needs help. We visited it in the past, but is a hard place to convince people that I want to help. He says, and adults are hard for you to indoctrinate, I bet. Yes. I want to eventually make there a better place, but will take time. What I want to ask is, in the eventual situation that I find a recently awakened young meta, could I bring the kid here? I confess that I don't have the structure to take care of them, for now. I say, is bad to give more people to Xavier? Maybe, but I really don't think that he is an outright villain. Just a weirdo Dumbledore. I really don't have a place to put a kid that awakens a power and has no parents. Mutant Town is not a good place for now. And better here than S.H.I.E.L.D. And the fact that I can eventually bring a summon of mine here to be my spy is a bonus. Oh, of course you can. I would be more than happy to help anyone that you bring. He says smiling, thank you. I nod. The other thing is about your actual students. As they're responsible, I would like to ask you first, the permission to do some exams with the students. Obviously, only the ones that want it and nothing invasive. I say calmly. Exams? Hank asks, was like that? You all must have watched my interview. They nod. I said there that I'm producing a serum to help all metas to better control their powers, to make their bodies more adaptable and other advantages. But to make the better of it, I want to study all types of metas, powers, physiologies. This school has a good amount of people with strong powers too. Metas' physiologies can vary greatly from one to another. I need to study everything. I say they stay in silence for some time and I decide to continue. There's another immediate thing that I'm making. I say taking a gun from behind me, simulating that I took it from my utility belt. Holding by the barrel to not scare them, can I try it on you, Dr. McCoy? I can assure you that is harmless. I say to him, I could have explained, but dramatic effects are good too. After some time, he nods. Trusting me. The design is a gun on this, but I will be making it a wristband when I can make the energy shooter smaller. To direct send to the body constantly. I say before pointing the gun and shooting at Hank, that instinctively raise his arms. A ray of energy touches him without a problem and does nothing. He acts like received a shock and his blue fur starts to recede. His appearance slowly went back to normal human. This gun is one of the first things that I gained with the gacha. Capable of rendering useless the metagene of someone for some time. I studied it and already produced collars to keep metas under control, but I will not tell them that. I'm surprised myself that people here hadn't produced something similar till now. I remember that they made it in the comics and movies. Again, I'm too early in the storyline. Amazing! Hank mutters while looking at his smaller, normal, and boring hands. He raises himself from his seat, holding the waistband of his pants, and goes take a smartphone to look at himself. After some time of admiring his own appearance, he comes back. That's really incredible. How is that possible? How long does it last? He starts bombarding me with questions. It just paralyzes the meta gene and I put in the lowest power, so will wear off in 2 minutes, I think. I say, works perfectly with most metas, because bypass the defenses and attack directly the meta factor. Most? The professor asks, sometimes only lowers the power level of the meta and do not make some appearances change when is unrelated to the meta power. I shrug. As an example, if I shoot your student Kurt, he would still be blue. Wolverine would still have his claws inside his body, but couldn't pull it off. Things like that. I answer, this is revolutionary to help people with detrimental powers. Hank starts and goes on in listing the advantages and uses of this technology. I interrupt him, yes. Because of this I'm making a side project of studying all metas that I can. But sorry to burst your bubble, but I can't share this technology for now. I say, and I can see his excitement leaving his face, you guys must understand the disaster that would be if this fall into the wrong hands. I say to them, their serious face shows that they understand. But Hank goes to argue. Sorry, Dr. McCoy. Non-negotiable. And you guys must know that you all are on constant watch, right? I say, their refusal to cooperate early only makes things easier for me now. The order in me presenting my proposals is well thought. Want something from me? Give something in exchange. And there's no good reason for them to stop me from contacting the students. And maybe I can recruit them with time and copy their powers. So many Omega levels here. How can I not want it? My power manipulation almost makes me salivate just from standing in this school. Now I understand all for one. Mostly for Shield right. The professor answers me. It's good that you're aware of this. I say, in the past, I made a deal with their former director, Peggy Carter. Would be impossible to keep this place a secret only with me. He says, I understand. Convenient to the two sides. I bet Fury must be watching this place like a buffet of new recruits too. About your proposal, I will talk with the older students, Eidolon. Xavier says and I nod. Not really worried about it. Having contact with them would accelerate things, but is not overly necessary either. The last thing, I would like you to arrange a meeting with Magneto for me. I say, surprising them, do you want to meet him? Xavier asks to make sure. Relax, I will not hurt your lover. I don't plan to have a fight with him. If this is what worries you, I really want to talk with him about some things and I have a proposition for him. I say, I know where he is. But knowing that misunderstandings can easily become fights, I prefer to ask you to convey my words to him. I say, well, so I will contact him. If he comes or not would be his decision. Xavier says I nod. Can be here. The place of the encounter. A middle and neutral ground, if you allow it. You can participate in the talk too. I say, making him nod. I then take a special smartphone of my utility belt, but really talking it from my Sky Poison Pearl. You can contact me with this. Can call or send a message. This thing encrypted the message, untraceable and other precautions. But only calls me. I give it to Xavier. You can call me if some trouble appears too. I say, after this, we have some small talk about the world and our work. Logan is the only one that keeps himself out of the talk. I think he has his memories back, not all them, but enough. Next time I will talk with him. We leave the office, still talking a little about the professor's experiences in some countries and me talking about what I saw there too. Different treatments of metas and other things. When we arrive at the common room of the mansion, we see the girls fussing over Cassandra. With my super hearing, I heard they asking Air about me all the time. But Cassandra never said more than 4 words during the whole conversation. But even so, Kitty and Jubilee made a great effort in including her in the talks. There you are. Girls, why don't you take Eidolon on a tour of the mansion? Showing him around. The professor says before saying his goodbyes, I think he is going to discuss our talk with the adults, including Storm now. We would love, Professor. Jean exclaims and the other girls follow suit. Look at me, I'm popular. You know, we totes want to help you and the Avengers during the invasion. We are this close to jumping in X-Jet and going to New York, but the professor stopped us. Kitty says while showing the said X-Jet in the hangar below the basketball court. I'm glad that he stopped you guys. I say, it was too dangerous. Hey, we're X-Men. We trained and we're pretty good too. Jubilee exclaims at my side. I apologize, this is not what I mean. I say, bowing my head slightly to disarm them, is that making a big debut like that would attract attention. Most of you guys don't ever wear a mask. Would not be hard to track you all here. And here, live kids. I say, making them understand. It's even a joke in the Marvel fandom in my former life on how this school is attacked every Sunday. Makes sense. Jean says. Almost every one of the first group of the X-Men was accompanying us. We walk a little while I answer some things my people and we arrive at another interesting place. The last of the tour. This is Danger Room, where we train. Kitty presents to me the big space full of white tiles. We are observing it from the control room. This room can become any environment and we mostly fight ourselves or robots. Bobby Drake says, interesting. I see that mostly use holograms and the hard light constructs become a footing. Not efficient. Say to Dr. McCoy to instead of trying to make the hard light constructs better, try to make the place more susceptible to the existence of the constructs. A certain frequency of electromagnetic waves can help solidify the light better. But he needs to pay attention to the effects in the human body too. I say while analyzing the place. A little behind me. They are looking at me strangely. What? Nothing. Is easy to forget that you're smart. Jean says smiling. Nerd. Kitty mutters. I shake my head. Want to spar? I can teach you some things. I offer to get back to her. No. Rogue already showed us that will not be fun. Kitty exclaims, shaking her hands. I raise my eyebrow at that. What are you talking about? I ask, you didn't know? Kitty asks while raising an eyebrow too. Last time when you and Rogue tumble. She says with a hint of sexual innuendo making Rogue blush, she absorbed your powers and mind, don't you know? She absorbed what? Impossible. I protected myself thoroughly. My defenses, mental and physical, are raised to the highest level at that moment. She should just absorb some of my stamina and be energetic for a few days. I say seriously, well, not exactly. Rogue really used some of your powers and acted differently. Kitty says this makes me look to the goth meta while narrowing my eyes. Did she have access to my memories? No, I would have felt. Her powers harmless washed over my mental barriers last time. It's only a little, Eidolon. Jean says, probably guessing what I'm thinking, she is only influenced a little by your ID. No memories. She says. Oh. So is a little similar to that boy, Prodigy, from early. Some sort of uncontrolled psychometry that absorbed the overall foundation of my mind. I analyze, and about my powers. How much did you absorb? I ask, a little over 100. She says, stammering a little. So little? Then it's okay. Little? I hear Kitty muttering dumbfounded. I ignore her and approach Rogue. I think I owe you an apology too, Rogue. I say with a little bow of my head, I had my reasons to test your power at that time, and I was pretty sure that would not have consequences for your part. It seems I was wrong. I hope you haven't been in trouble, I say sincerely. No. Is not a problem, really. Is even a lil cool. She says in her characteristic accent while shaking her hands, why did you do that anyway? Scott asks, as a test. As you guys must have noticed, I'm very preoccupied with people controlling me, cloning me, or absorbing/stealing my powers. So I want to test to make countermeasures. I say to them, I continue, I also wanted to see how rogue power works to help her and others. I say, help. Kurt, Nightcrawler asks. With a mental command, I control the nanobots of my suits, making them recede off my arm. From the wrist to the elbow, leaving a glove to protect my fingerprints. Go on. Touch it. I say to Rogue and she widens her eyes. When she goes to say no, I stop her. Relax, I can resist if I want. Even if you pass my defenses, you can't hurt me in a little time. I say and then smirk at her, and the worst that could happen is that you gain a temporary Eidolon power package. Some laughs. Obviously, if you don't want, I can't force you. No. I will give it a try. She says and takes of her glove. Slowly she approaches her hand on my forearm. And then she touches it. Everyone waits with rapt attention. Nothing. Absorbent nut. Rogue mutters dazedly while growing bold and starts stroking my arm. Wait, shouldn't this be the cliché moment where she would kiss me? The fanfics lied to me again. Wait, I'm using a mask on the lower half of my face. Who thought in this design? Calmly analyzing, is possible to notice that Rogue's skin, especially her pores, have some sort of suction force of bioaura. I think it's possible for you to control it. Too bad you can't, because practicing is lethal to others. So you continue untrained. I say, and she continues to caress my forearm. Woman, calm down. Well, I can let her have it. I decide to tease her a little. I mean, you can't blame me, right? I take hold of her arm to look attentively at her skin. Yes, the pores. The hand has more absorption power, and I turn to her, raise her chin, and look at her face from close. She blushes. Hardly. Your lips are the area that can absorb stronger. I say calmly. And she blushes even more. Arc my heart. I'm faltering. Can I kidnap her and take her home? Calmly I remove myself from her and act like I did nothing much. Is not hard to make a device to shut down the suction force. And Rogue can accustom herself to the situation and train. I was working on things like that. Don't worry, Rogue. Will not take long so that your power will stop causing problems. I say reassuringly, consider this a compensation for the trouble. K. She mutters weakly and still a little dazed. Then the X-Men start guiding me to the surface again. So, you're good at sucking, huh? I hear Kitty tease her friend from behind the group. Jean Grey POV. Our group reaches the normal mansion again. When we are close to the entrance, I turn to them. Can you guys give me a little privacy so that I can talk with Eidolon? I say. Most nod without a problem. But I notice some making faces like Scott and Rogue. This is complicated. Shadow, stay here. Eidolon said at my side to his sidekick. The girl/teen nods obediently. I understand her name now. She is Eidolon's shadow, always following him silently. After we walk off the entrance, I guide him to a separated part of the garden. On the way, we saw Mikhail and Pyotr talking. It's looking like they're getting along now. Knowing that this is a mansion full of people with powers, I guess that is hard to have privacy. So should I take us somewhere? I think our spot in Everest is still there. Eidolon jokes to me. I laugh, thinking about the funny situation. Imagine someone climbing and finding a rock shaped like a couch in Everest. In the Everest, a man with a beard and white streaks in his hair is taking a deep breath while looking at the scenery. The man is using a blue GI. You did well, Strange. You're almost ready. Suddenly, an old Chinese person appears by his side. He is bald with a 3-inch goatee. Even looking old, his posture is straight like a lance and has eyes that shine. Ready for what? Stephen Strange asks. You don't need to know now. The Ancient One responds vaguely. You're preparing me for something and you can't even say what. Wouldn't be better if you warn me beforehand? Strange asks, annoyed. A specific goal can narrow your vision, Strange. Let your mind be open to the infinite possibilities. The Ancient One says sagely. Strange can only grumbles. Let's go back now. I will say to Wong that you can officially visit the part of the library that you have been invading. The Ancient One says while turning around and opening a portal without even making a gesture. Stephen goes to follow him but stops when sees something unusual. Is that a couch? He asks. His question makes the Ancient One laughs. Let's go. don't mess with the lovebirds' date place. He says before passing through the portal. Here's good. Relax, no one will eavesdrop. I say to Eidolon. He looks at me with a weird face but does not comment. While we sit on a bench, I see him waving his hand a little. Maybe using some power so that people can't hear us. I let out a sigh while we sit. This is nice. I finally figure out why I like to be around Eidolon. I mean, he is nice and considerate. Even if this would be the first impression that someone would have of him. Even now, he's simply waiting for me, letting me to my own thoughts. But the main reason I discovered after getting better with my powers, my empathic powers to be exact, Eidolon is calm. Empathic powers are not a super pleasant power. You don't simply read what the other person is feeling. You feel it too, even if slightly. And when I get close to Eidolon, the major feeling that I get from him, or better, is calmness, or better, his state of mind is always mostly calm. Like a mountain or the ocean that can't be moved so easily. Is nice. Sometimes I catch other feelings like amusement or surprise. But he is always in good control of his emotions. And this is not something that I feel often. The most negative feeling that I get from him till now is a mild annoyance when Prodigy copied him, or when he thought Rogue read his memories. But it is so small, and he controlled it quickly when he accessed the situation. And wasn't nice? Someone that calmly thinks and seeks information before saying or doing something in anger. Not letting their negative feelings take over. So, you look better, Eidolon says while looking at my face. I smile at him. How can you tell? Are you analyzing my blood flow, pores and respiration? I say with a smirk, and I almost laugh seeing his eyebrows rise. Rogue? He guesses right. Ha. Yes. I see. So you investigated my mannerisms from Rogue, and using your powers, now you have a good idea of my way of thinking. He says. Analyzing it perfectly. Rogue passed 3 days acting like Eidolon, and she said how she felt and some thoughts at that time. So I paid attention and now have a really good idea about this man beside me. He nods, looking impressed. Not bad. Detective, he says, and I chuckle. So, news, he says, and I laugh. Eidolon making small talk? I ask him what? A good way as any to start a conversation. He shrugs. I guess so. Well, I read and practice the text that you gave me. Helped a lot, thank you. I say, and he nods. The Eidolon Rogue episode was interesting. She kicked our asses while being you. I say, and he chuckles. We almost has no troubles with the Brotherhood recently. Maybe it's because of you. I continue. And I broke up with Duncan. I say, and watch his reaction. Oh, sorry, I guess. He says, looking at me, giving nothing of what he is thinking. Don't be. I'm feeling light now. I say, I see. So Scott has a chance now? He asks, teasing. I can feel my lips twitch. I decided to imitate him again. Deadpan face and deep voice. Maybe. Ha. You're getting better at it. Be careful to not become a habit. Can be very addictive. He says to me before taking a deep breath and going silent. He keeps himself like that for a time. There's something troubling you, Eidolon? I ask, making him look at me. He looks deeply into my eyes. Is that? He starts, a little unsure. I have something to tell you. But it's not good to tell you now. And I'm feeling bad for hiding it from you. He says, something? Is important? I ask, yes. Very important. He says seriously, and I can feel my heart beating faster. And why didn't you say now? I nudge. Is better for everyone that I wait. Even if it's not fair to you. He gives a sigh. I look at him and takes his hand into mine. I'll wait. It's okay. I trust you. I say. I can see him smiling under the mask while looking at me. Thank you. I will make up for you. And even let you attack me one time if you get angry in the future. He raises his index finger. Ha, attack. Just one move. He says seriously, no fire. He adds this remember me. The phoenix thing. One of the illusions that Danielle made was a bird of fire. Was that the phoenix? Is Eidolon scared of it? Or scared of what that can do? About that phoenix. I start. Did you feel something about it? He asks and I shake my head, so there's no need to think too much. Don't worry about my vision of the future. Can never happen after all. He says, okay. One often meets his destiny in the road he takes to avoid it. Eidolon quotes from somewhere, these visions of the future are tricky. Just keep it in mind. He says. After this, we stay in comfortable silence for some time, but I decided to break it. So, how is the hero business? I ask with a teasing smile. He smiles too, tiring. I see some bad things that are not pleasant, but someone needs to do it. He says, I think it's nice what you're doing. For everyone. Especially the metas. I say, good that you think it. He says and pauses before speaking again, all of this is unexplored territory, you know? I think I know what I'm doing, but I really don't know where this path will take me. Everything can go wrong at any moment. But this is needed to be done. We can't stay like that. He confesses. I don't think you're wrong, Eidolon. No matter what other people say. Remember that. I say, squeezing his hand that I'm still holding. We see many people making protests about him. Asking the government to arrest, kill, or kick him off the planet. Dumb people really. But sometimes a lie can become the truth if many people repeat it. Must be hard for Eidolon, doing his best and seeing people hating him even so. Thank you. Means a lot coming from my first fan. He says, first fan? I ask with my lips twitching. Well, I gave you my autograph that time, Marvel Girl. I hope you kept it. Must be worth a lot now. He says with a smile. I must have thrown it away. I don't even remember where. I lie cheekily. How dare you dash? He starts to act hurt but stops. He looks in another direction. What is wrong? I ask, a visitor. He said, and the fact that he raises his hand to shield the mansion in a force field shows that is not a simple visitor. A second later something crashes against Eidolon's shield like a cannonball. Not something, someone. The shield distorts and cracks. Eidolon dissolves it and let the intruder fall into the ground harmless. I know that guy. He is problematic. But I look at Eidolon at my side. What bad timing, Juggernaut. Xavier, come to meet your death. The Juggernaut, the professor's brother, shouts to the sky. You need to jinx it, huh? He jokes at my side, making me roll my eyes, but I think that is my fault. He murmurs before moving fast enough to disappear and reappear in front of Juggernaut. At this point, the rest of the X-Men is already appearing from the mansion ready to fight. Sorry, can you come back later? I already booked the whole day of the mansion. Eidolon quips while calmly standing facing the mountain of men clad in red that is the Juggernaut. You thinking that you can tell me what to do? I'm the Juggernaut, bitch. He exclaims before trying to hammer Eidolon down with his right hand. To meet the attack, Eidolon raises his left hand and catches it. The encounter makes a shockwave that pushes me a little and makes cracks spread like a web in the ground. Oh, stronger than Thor. But slow. Eidolon says before disappearing from his spot. He appears already giving an uppercut in the Juggernaut chin. The attack made another big shockwave. I thought that the Juggernaut would fly in the sky. But he only floats less than a meter from the ground, before heavily falling into the floor again. The whole exchange makes Juggernaut appears that weighs thousands of tons. Juggernaut then tries to catch Eidolon. But he dodges, appearing a few steps to the side. And Juggernaut tries again, and again, and again. And Eidolon simply sidesteps everything faster than the eye can see. Eidolon then stops in the middle and lowers his body a little. Raising his elbows behind his back and, boom, he throws himself against the Juggernaut's chest like a panther and carries him away. So fast that they disappear and I can only see a dot on the horizon. The wind generated from the collision makes the trees bend 45 degrees. That's the thing about Eidolon. Like me and others in the mansion, he is an Omega level. But it's not like we are invincible. We are humans. If I'm caught off guard, I can be knocked out like any other person. But Eidolon? He has this aura of invincibility around him. He is simply too fast, too strong, with so many powers that is like he has no weakness and is perfect. How can you defeat something like that? I couldn't even follow him with my eyes. If he wants, he can blitz through everyone in the mansion and defeat us before we even notice. Is another thing about staying at his side. I felt safe. Eidolon POV flying through the air with my eyes glued to the juggernaut that is flying uncontrollably ahead, I sigh to myself. This is Marvel. A planetary-level boss can appear at any time, literally dropping from the sky. That's it. I'm using my travel tickets to farm some powers in other worlds in the next gacha. It's too much of a coincidence that the Juggernaut attacked while I'm visiting the X-Men. If I have to guess, someone tipped him in the direction of the mansion to test me. Maybe Sinister, maybe Magneto. Pushing me forward faster, I deliver another strong punch in the Juggernaut's chest, keeping him flying in the air. We already left the east coast of America. The Juggernaut. The guy who siphons power from Sidorak, an universal-level threat. So the Juggernaut can reach at universal level in his strongest. Thankfully, like everyone till now that I met, he is still inexperienced and weaker than his best at the comics. Super strong and super durable. It looks like he weighs millions of tons. Because he has the potential to have infinite force, right? F equals ma. But this does not scare me. A brute can't scare me unless it's Saitama. A slow brute like the Juggernaut then. He can't even fly. And because of this the fight is already over. I move again and punch him in the liver, making him go higher in the air. And then start my combo. Hitting him, adding more strength each time, I guide him higher and higher. He's a good sandbag. I always want to see how strong I am. When we finally leave the atmosphere, I stop and fly above him. He has some damage here and there, but nothing that will make him stop fighting. He is the Juggernaut after all. I could simply kill him now, keep him in space eternally. But I have another idea. Let's test my strength. I pull my fist back and concentrate my strength on it. One for all, nin haki and other powers. And I punch. The only thing I don't add is too much speed. Only strength. With no tricks. I can hear a muffled sound on the edge of the atmosphere while Juggernaut falls on Earth faster than a bullet. I look at him. Master. Cortana starts. I know. I flex my legs and flew to catch up with him. At this speed he will pass the crust of Earth, shift some tectonic plates, and bring continental-level disaster only for the aftermath of his hitting the ground. I surpass his fallen speed and use many powers to slow his fall, punching where he will fall to move the air, making the air elastic. He hits the ground making a huge cloud of sand. We are in a desert in Namibia. Juggernaut at the center of a crater with miles of diameter. I use other powers to stop the shockwave from propagating too much. I don't want sandstorms, tsunamis, or any construction being uprooted. I float to the fallen Juggernaut. He is lying on the ground, bleeding all over his body and unconscious. But alive, and I think he is healing a little. I haven't given a chance to the guy. Stepping on his stomach, I scan his body with my all-seeing eyes of God. In the chest, I mutter, find what I'm searching for. At this moment I look to the sky and deactivate the satellite that's spying on my fight. What I'm gonna do, I want to keep it a secret. Cortana, prepare a video about this fight to post on the anonymous website. Are you sure, Master? Yes, maybe people will think bad of me because of the damage, but it's better that I show it. And it's good to make anonymous a neutral party. That shows the bad side of Eidolon. We'll be done. She answers and I focus back on my defeated foe. Calling one of my powers, a glove of spiritual energy covers my right hand. The glove is dark red and makes my fingers pointy. I make a grabbing motion and a katana appears in my hand. Yon powers. I don't even need the sword of actuation to it. I murmur before pointing the tip of my katana at the Juggernaut's chest. Using my other hand to aim, I pierce his chest and open a glaring red wound. Making my katana dissipate, I take my glove-covered hand and pierce the wound. Fumbling a little, I found what I'm looking for. I yank my arm back and watch Cain Marco deflate. Then I cure him. In my hands the crimson gem of Sidorak. A red diamond big enough to cover my whole palm. I look at it intensely, seeing if I can discover its secrets, before I felt myself being pulled by something. The is my last sound before I appear in a crimson-red place. Third-person POV. Hector's astral projection finds himself in the Crimson Cosmos, the personal dimension. Sidorak, the Destroyer, is a universal-level being that is worshipped as a god and as a demon by many. In the past, he was banished from Earth together with his peers, and because of this, he uses his gem to spread destruction in the form of his avatar, the Juggernaut. Hector's astral projection calmly floats in the Crimson Cosmos while taking in everything. There isn't much to see. Only floating rocks and a crimson sky. Finally, he sees a huge figure sitting on a throne. His form is similar to the Juggernaut in a full suit, with a round head. The form extends his hand to point at Hector and says, "Come." Hector raises his hand in apology and says, "No, sorry. Bye." And he yanks himself back from the Crimson Cosmos. Back in Earth, Eidolon felt himself in his own body again and releases a sigh. Passing a hand through his forehead, he noticed that he is sweating. I have no chance against that thing. He clicks his tongue while recovering his composure. One of Yon's powers is something that Hector calls soul anchoring, the ability to pull his soul or astral projection back to his body from anywhere. Only someone much stronger would have a chance to keep Hector's soul from returning. Thankfully, Sidorak is not a demon with a huge dominion over souls, and he was with his guard lowered, thinking that Hector is at his mercy. So, he didn't try to hurt Hector's soul or anything. Eidolon looks at the gem again, and watches the things dissipate in red dust. So you're not even letting me keep a little spoil, huh? Wait till I'm strong enough and let's see I stealing your dominion, bitch. He thinks being weaker than someone else is not pleasant. And the fact that the Sidorak can simply throw the gem again on Earth to another avatar to pick annoys him. Going back to the Xavier mansion, Eidolon drops Cain Marco at the professor's feet. Sorry for the trouble. Eidolon says, I think we that should apologize and thank you for your help, Eidolon. Xavier says, nah, probably someone sent him here to test me. I don't believe in coincidences. If you enter in his mind, tell me later who. Shadow, let's go. Eidolon says, and the professor nods. Cassandra walks to him carrying his mantle. Eidolon can smell different things from his mantle. Did some of the girls use it while I was gone? He asks himself, are you coming, Mikhail? Eidolon asks his Russian sidekick. Yes. Pyotr said that I can visit later. He answers. So you guys are on good terms now? Good. Eidolon says before opening a portal. Bye till next time. Hello there. Marvel, the place where sometimes nothing happens and then everything happens. Hope you all like the chapter. Bye till next time. Can I have a little of slice of life in my plot, please? Part 01 Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party, having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. What good are dreams, if all you do is work? There's more to life than hitting the books, I hope you know. Tamaki Suu. Recap. In the last chapter, Eidolon visited the X-Men mansion. After being exposed to his worst fears, he talked with Xavier and asked about a meeting with Magneto. After a tour in the mansion and start to know more of the X-Men, he goes to talk with Jean in private, but is interrupted by the arrival of Juggernaut. Not giving a chance to the Avatar of Destruction, he rapidly defeats him and returns. Xavier mansion just after Eidolon dragged Juggernaut away. Whoa, did you see that? seeing upon close is really something else. Kitty comments to the rest of the X-Men that are ready to jump into the fight, but they had no chance to intervene. Is scary how fast he is. Cecily, Mercury, comments. I can also move fast, but then I have no way of knowing where I'm going. I easily lose control. Cannonball adds, these controlled high-speed movements are really cool. Quicksilver also has high reflex and perception, so maybe he is a speedster too. Jean says while arriving floating. The whole package, huh? Spike says with his arms folded. Last time we could just stop the Juggernaut after taking off his helmet so that the professor could use his telepathy? If Eidolon goes to a fist fight. Kitty says things will get ugly. Jubilee says, well, he took the guy away exactly because of that. He must have moved to a deserted place. Kurt says, please, stop guessing. We have no way of know how this fight will end or how long will it last. Let's have faith that Eidolono knows what he is doing. The professor says to stop the talk, let's stay on alert for now. Suraya, can you fix the floor till I call someone? He asks the Arab Meta. After she nods, the professor rolls away. Guys, look at that. Kitty points to the coat hanger. Eidolon's mantle is still there. If it's still there, he must come back to take it again. Jean says. But the rest of the girls are looking between themselves. Dibs. Kitty says first, making Jubilee and Paige scream in frustration. Kitty moves fast and in no time is already taking the mantle off the coat hanger. Isn't this a bad idea? Touching other people's possessions without permission. Rogue asks unsure, but she can't her eyes off the mantle too. I doubt Eidolon will get angry because of this. And we only live one time. Kit says while caressing the black mantle, ooh, so soft and smooth. And pretty too. If you look closely it looks like there are many little stars sewn on it. She says Kitty then goes to wear the mantle. Oh ho ho. I feel powerful. Stop right there, criminal scum. She points and strikes a pose, dead or alive, you're coming with me. She then goes all serious trying to imitate Eidolon. Eidolon never said that. Jean says laughing, Kitty, is better for you to put it back. Rogue starts and Kitty moves fast. But she doesn't go to put it back. She removes the mantle from herself and using her powers, she put it on Rogue. Now you're an accomplice, she says and winks. She then hugs Rogue, holding her arms so that she can't remove the mantle. Rogue acts like she don't want it, but she is enjoying too. Let me try too. Jubilee exclaims, then the mantle was passed to all the girls, with the exception of Suraya Kadir. Even Jean used it a little. They took pictures striking poses and having fun. Jean, use your telekinesis to hold the mantle like he is being blown by the wind. I want to take a picture looking heroic. Kitty says while putting her hands on her hips and puffing her chest. But then she notices something from the corner of her eye. Shadow, Eidolon's sidekick, is watching all of their antics. Unmoved, with her impassive face, standing there, almost menacingly. Kitty calmly takes the mantle off and with a calm expression, she puts it on Shadow's hands. The other noticed the black-clad Meta too. Shadow, we are friends, right? Kitty says while looking at Shadow futuristic glasses that work as a mask and holding her hands, with the mantle above it. Us girls have to be united. She says righteousness. Let's make a girl pact. You won't tell Eidolon about this, right? You're a hero and a girl. You need to protect our integrities. Please. I beg you. Kitty almost prostrate herself on the ground. Don't want to use it too? She goes to the bargain after seeing Shadow's stone face. Please see. She begs while hugging the smaller girl's legs. Shadow never gives an answer. Less than a minute later, a black portal appears and Eidolon comes from it, carrying the Juggernaut by his head. The girls avoid eye contact with him while he delivers Kane Marco to the professor and takes Shadow and Mikhail back with him. Hector POV. After letting Mikhail return to the Morlocks, I take Cassandra with me to the space station. Sitting on my chair in the command central, When I take off my mantle, I sniff it again and frown. Seriously, what did they do with my mantle while I was away? I ask Cassandra. She looks at me and shakes her head. Girls packed. And refuse to elaborate. Look at this girl. The betrayal. I act hurt. She looks at me and then turns her head away. I'm glad that she has some semblance of friendship with the ex-girls. She literally has no other girls her age to talk to. And is not hard to guess what was done with my mantle. They tried it. Probably Kitty or another outgoing of them, maybe Paige, started too and the rest joined later. I sniff again. Even Jean, huh? Surprise. My visit to the mansion was full of surprises in many ways. I was half expecting some sort of confrontation. Maybe a dick measurement contest against Logan or Scott. Maybe Xavier trying to enter in my mind. But everything went well, with the exception of the Juggernaut, obviously. Now I can say for sure that everyone's personality is similar to what I'm accustomed to. I'm not in some sort of dark universe where the good guys are secretly evil and assholes. Well, I will keep my eyes open to any changes. But literally, everyone's personality matches with the fiction that I have seen in my last life in some way or another. Are you angry, Master? Cortana's voice interrupts my thoughts. I open my eyes to look at her hologram. Am I angry? No, just a little annoyed. Half of the reason for my bad mood could be attributed to Sidorak. Obviously, I will be uncomfortable. If these universal-level assholes start to appear now, the only thing I can do is run. And I don't like this, not even a little. In thinking about ways to get stronger, I say beyond the gacha, I can see 3 ways to raise my power level. First, go crazy in searching for relics, powers, and other external help. Not something that is good to do now. These searches always trigger some bullshit that can bring more trouble than what is worth. Second, is a little similar to the first, but is going to learn magic in the Kamardush. If everyone's personality is not too much deviated from what I know, the Ancient One will not be an evil asshole, right? But I want to avoid meeting him for now. And learning magic will not be fast. I can simply wait another month to gain more things from the gacha if I would need to take months to get good at magic anyway. What's the point of making a huge effort now in something that can become simple in the future? And I already have ways to deal with magic, is not a glaring weakness anymore. The third is also a way of gaining strength through external factors. With a mental command, the computer starts showing a section of my database. Weapons. All the blueprints, diagrams, and projects of weapons that I'm researching. Planet burster weapons, battleships, warheads, guns, and the section that I'm searching for now. Armors. More precisely, the Hellbat armor. I know how to do it. An armor that treats the host as battery to amplify all his physical specs. Most of the battle armor out there would limit more than help, but this one, with the right materials, with a Clintar. Thinking about starting producing it, Master? Cortana asks me, looking at the schematics of the Hellbat armor. I will call it another name in the future, maybe Hellraider armor. After all, the main feature of this armor is protect the user of all environment dangers. I will decide later. Just thinking in the possibilities. I say, we lack materials, we can only dream for now. I say, and talking about materials, I raise my hand. From my palm, a silver cylinder start to emerge slowly. I rewatch my memories of analyzing Logan's skeleton with X-ray and microscopic vision. After some time, a bow staff is in my hands. Adamantium, I say with the Arnold weird accent where he said, cocainum in that movie. A pity no one is here to catch this reference. Adamantium is a man-made metal. The main feature is being nigh indestructible. That's it. No magical properties, can't absorb energy, is simply durable, and because of this, I can replicate it without a problem. But takes time. And is hard to rework it after cools down. So I will need to make the adamantium, already thinking on the purpose. I throw the bow staff to Cassandra. She catches it and tests the weight. She holds the edges and unlocks the triple nunchaku form of the staff. How is it? I ask, watching her try some moves. Good, she says. Now that I'm on it, maybe some armor? Putting some metal on the sole of your shoes would restrain your moves? I ask. She shakes her head. Full armor of adamantium is a no-no. But covering some key points like forearms, heart, knees, and the soles of the feet can be a boom. Cassandra is good enough to use these parts to defend and attack with the nigh-indestructible metal. I will even spray Musa Black, the darkest paint in the world that absorbs 99% of visible light in it, to help with her power. She can literally hide on a piece of adamantium. What can hurt her there? Well, but having options is always good. Later I will test if adamantium can cut me and the durability, and when we find the others materials, we could finally start making your body Cortana, I say, and she smiles. I remember in the comics that Ultron has a feminine body of adamantium at some point. I will take inspiration from there. But now, let's meditate. The other half the reason that I'm somewhat in a bad mood was my discoveries. First, Rogue and that boy, Prodigy, could copy my template even with many defenses that I put on my mind. The only answer that I can come with is the fact that there's no such thing as a perfect defense. I look at my hands with the all-seeing eyes of God, seeing some minuscule aura covering my body. Thoughts, life force, are oozing out? Not memories or knowledge, but the energy of thoughts. My bioelectrical aura. Everyone has it. I'm a living being after all. I read at some place about the energy of thoughts and imagination. I doubt Prodigy can learn all my knowledge, but his power can probably read my muscle, my bioelectric aura, and the memory in it. What would be more than enough to the boy become very strong? I will watch him closely in the future, maybe even recruit him. Well, now that I have been exposed to his power, my secondary mutation to create resistance is kicking in. So is a plus in my book. Rogue absorbing my template was probably a similar occurrence. She felt my mind but couldn't penetrate it. Like touching a wrapped gift and guessing what is inside, but don't seeing the interior in all its glory. Because of this, she became a discounted version of me. That's probably the reason she has a crush on me, so another plus. But seriously, if she absorbed me freely, would be possible for my will to overpower hers and she creates another personality, think that she is me. Powers carry the user's will after all. One for All is the best example of this. Now, about the other power that I was exposed to, Danielle Moonstar. So I'm afraid of myself, huh? As if it's some big reveal. My biggest worry always has been me going slowly crazy and not noticing. I'm a world that was fictional in my former life, with great power. Would not be weird to develop a main character complex and start treating everyone like NPCs and side characters. And I'm not such a pure person. There's always a small voice in the back of my head tempting me in giving in. What's the problem? You already do enough. What's the problem in having fun? You came from a world where this one is fiction and you have such strong power. What can you be if not the most important person in this universe? What's the problem in acquiring everything? Are you gonna let other people have what should have been yours? You know that some of these guys will become trouble, right? Just make a villain persona and kill Stark, Reed, and Pym now. While they're in the beginning, you can take their money, projects, and even women. Why wait so much? You know that would not be hard to make a harem even here, right? You just need to play your cards, right? You know their personalities, their insecurities. You can conquer all of them. Rogue is all putty on your hands already. Even Jean, if you say the right thing, the whole Phoenix Saga will play to your advantage. She will isolate everyone but you. You gain a hot babe and a universal level pet. If you think a harem is impossible, just make a lot of identities. Or take the place of the ones that you killed, like Reed. You can do everything, there's nothing that you cannot do. I slap myself. Intrusive thoughts suck, huh? Always there. But you can't let them win. Is not that I'm not tempted, but would not be worth it in the end. Rush things, be forceful. Even with the dangers, Living here is enjoyable. What happens, happens. Let's enjoy the journey. Engine. I'm not a dense harem MC. Even if she does not love me, doesn't mean that she doesn't have thoughts about us together. During our talk, while I'm talking about the secret of her memories, I had the impression she was thinking that I was going to confess and she was urging me to do it. She wanted me to do it. Even if she is not head over heels for me, she is at least willing. If I asked? But I can't. I raise myself from my chair. Let's go home, Cassandra. I didn't even solve the problems with my own summons, like Shago and Siko. Clean the house before going outside. And Marvel girls are crazy. But the problem is they are hot enough to be above the line on the hot X crazy scale. TSK. Oh, the dilemma. Xavier Mansion, Jean Grey POV. On the night of Idolin's visit, I hummed to myself while getting out of the bath. Jean, come and check on it. Kitty shouts to me on her bed, Rogue and Jubilee at her side watching something on her phone. What? She shows me the screen. A video entitled, Idolin vs. Juggernaut. There's a video of it? I ask, did it show the mansion? I was worried now. Nope, is from a satellite. Is in the anonymous site. Kitty says while I click the play button. The video shows a satellite view of the world. Showing America, then a ping appears on the map, like some sort of radar. Then more pings and more, making a line to the Atlantic Ocean. Those are the readings of the battle while they are on the move. Kitty explained. So they went very far in their fight. They are in the open ocean now and the Juggernaut can't fly. That means Idolin is dominating the fight. I conclude I continue to watch and see the pings go in direction of Africa. But then the pings stop. Wait for it. Kitty says a huge ping appears in the south of the African continent, the biggest of all pings. If these things mean the shock waves, this one traveled far. Then the image changes. Not showing a map of the globe anymore, but a sandstorm. Then the sandstorm subsides and a huge crater appears. A zoom follows though, and now we can see a huge body in the middle of the crater. Juggernaut, all bloodied and probably unconscious. From our angle, we can only see Idolin from above, his shoulder and back while he looks down on the defeated foe. The zoom continues, and then Idolin turns around abruptly to look direct at the satellite, and with that all-seeing eyes being the last image the video ends. I almost dropped Kitty's phone with that jump scare. Did he turn off the satellite? I ask, what that guy can't do. Jubilee answers with another question. From the description, this video was taken from a satellite from S.H.I.E.L.D., anonymous, acquired, and posted it. Kitty says I scroll down to the comments section cherry-cycle. So our security cameras are trash, but a satellite camera can even distinguish Idolin's strands of hair? Zytro, knowing about the dangers out there, makes sense. Dark Slayer, so who is the guy that he fought against again? Azure_Vidra, there's a link to a page explaining the Juggernaut, in the description of the video. Cap, here there's a video explaining it and many other things. Mar_Soka, the link above is trustworthy. Overload Vector, yep, it is. OverLRD71, so, that crater. The radius shows that whatever attack Idolin used is stronger than an atomic bomb. Profession Fim. The guy really hold back in New York, right? Flightless_man 2, and the damage to the surroundings? Zytro, no one knows, but is a deserted place, and seeing the beginning of the video shows that Idolin guides the fight to there. Walking Tall, why didn't he do this against Thor? Laughing Arc Builder, who knows? Maybe he doesn't want to hurt Thor. The guy was mind-controlled, remember? Matus_, with so many strong supers appearing, I hope Earth can resist them. Evans Cannon, I don't like this Idolin guy. The last comment received a lot of hate. But people are really cynical, huh? Don't click on that link. Is the worst of the baits. Kitty warns me. I go to the description and click on the real link, which sends me to the Supers Wiki. The Supers Wiki is, like the name said, a wiki with pieces of information about all supers of the world. Known by the public. What makes this reliable, somewhat, is that Anonymous himself edits it too. I read the Juggernaut page. Juggernaut, a human empowered by the power of an extra-dimensional being to bring destruction named Danti undisclosed to your protection. Intelligence, 1 strength, 7 speed, 3 durability, 7 energy projection, 2 fighting skills, 2 accurate so far. Very little but accurate. The Supers Wiki has other heroes too and the stats are fun to see. Let me see if there's some change. Iron Man intelligence, 6 strength, 5, with armor, speed, 5, with armor, durability, 5, with armor, energy projection, 6, with armor, fighting skills, 4 no change. Thor intelligence, 2 strength, 6 speed, 6 durability, 6 energy projection, 7 fighting skills, 5 same as before. Hulk intelligence, 1, 6 as Bruce, strength, 7 speed, 3 durability, 7 energy projection, 1 fighting skills. 2 Hulk and Juggernaut are very similar. Let me see Eidolon intelligence, 5 strength, 6 speed, 7 durability, 5, 7 with regeneration, energy projection, 6 fighting skills, 7 sincerely? I can't agree. He must be 7 in everything. My theory is that people can't accept that Eidolon as an all-rounder can be as good as the others on their expertise. As strong as the Hulk, as smart as Reed. They still think that he is good in all but master in none. Big mistake. Kitty is dying to have a page on the Supers Wiki and I need to confess that a childish part of me wants one too. I ask myself when the X-Men will appear in the world, and how this will change my life. Eidolon POV, the progress of your cancer is on the limits of the expected. I say to the couple Deadpool and Vanessa. I'm in their living room, analyzing the sample that I just took from Deadpool. Keep it real, document. We can take it. Deadpool says while holding Vanessa's hand. Stop with the drama. You're not gonna die from it. And while I keep treating you monthly, you will not turn back to be a sack of tumors. But this is not a permanent solution either. Wait for me to finish my serum and you will be cured. Nanites are an option too. I say, we trust you, dude. What you say we do. Deadpool says and Vanessa nods. Well, this is the catch. Will take too long for me to make the serum available to the public unless I trail off, unless you're one of mine. I say looking at him. You mean work for me, Wade. I will pay in gold and you won't need to do mercenary work anymore. I will protect you and Vanessa too. I offer. There's that saying, right? Keep your friends close and the loose cannons even closer. They look at each other for some time, whispering. Then Wade turns to me. There's dental insurance too. He asks. I chuckle and extend my hand to him. He grossly licks his own palm before shaking my hand. And even do some weird finer movements while it. Welcome to the SCP, Deadpool. I hope I don't regret it. Mary Jane POV huff, while scratching the sole of my sandals on the sidewalk and hugging my elbows, I think to myself that I need to reevaluate my life. But seriously, what can a 16-year-old girl do more? Well, not walking alone so early in the morning would be a good start. But I needed to get out of my house, if not, I would go crazy. Because it is Saturday, there's no school so I can waste a little time. Last night, there was a party. I went with my mom's permission. I even come back much earlier than expected. Somewhere between midnight and 1 a.m. But it appears that is not enough for my asshole of a father. When he came home, stressed after his night shift, obviously he will shout at anything just for the sake of shouting. I'm the target this time. Like always. After trying to ignore him for 30 minutes and seeing that he not gonna stop, I shout an answer back and I walked out the door. Even slamming it as hard as I could. Now I'm not going back anytime soon. And none of my friends should be awake now. At least I'm not hungry or sleepy. I got a half night of sleep at least. Why the asshole doesn't did the same and just went to sleep too? Ugh, it sucks that I can't live alone, even if I really want it. And my grandparents and sister have their own problems. I can't wait to be an adult and just get out of that house. Hearing an engine sound, I turn around to look at the desert neighborhood where I am. There's a car approaching from the end of the street. I can't say what type of car because of the headlights. Should I run? There's literally only me now on the street. A woman alone, and I know I'm attractive, is an easy target for any criminal. I cautiously give some steps back from the road to give me a head start if I need to run. And obviously, ready to scream from the top of my lungs. The queens are not that dangerous anymore because of Spider-Man and Eidolon. So I will abuse the shit of this protection. Try something, bitch. I will scream for Eidolon faster than you can get out of the car. I say to myself to give me courage. Is weird how our minds go to pessimist thoughts when we're in a bad mood. Maybe the car will simply pass for me and continues his way. It's stopping. Is this the moment where I run? But it doesn't look like a criminal car. I mean, it's not a white van. It's white. But what was this car? A Corolla? The car stops exactly parallel to my position and the window goes down. There's only one person in the car. A man. Does he think I am? Do I look like a prostitute? Go on, fella. Ask how much and I'm breaking your window. Mary Jane? The man asks. He knows me. Where I heard this voice again. I bend over a little so that I can see who is inside the car. Is Hector, my classmate, is really you? He says, are you okay? Great. I lie with a big smile. Why wouldn't be? He raises an eyebrow at me. You're walking alone too early in the morning. He says, are you going home? Want a ride? Yes, no. My home is from where you come from, so. I explain and raise my shoulders. So you're going to where I'm going, at least in the overall direction. I will ask again. Want a ride? He says, I'm not going anywhere. No need for a ride. I say a little more strongly this time. He looks at me. Did something happen? Can I help? He asks, nothing happened. Why would you think that? I say, looking around. You are going nowhere, but you are going in the opposite direction of your house. He looks at me intently. We have a Sherlock Holmes here. I'm okay. I'm just going out for a breath of fresh air. I lie again, as if I'm gonna tell him my personal problems. He continues to stare at me. Why does his stare is making me squirm? Are you sure that you don't need help? He asks finally. Yes. I answer fast. Okay then, bye. He says, and instantly the car is moving again. Okay, now I'm surprised. Why I'm surprised? I literally said no to him 3 times. Maybe it's because I'm too accustomed to having the boys always wanting to prolong their talk to me or being annoyingly persistent. Interesting. When did I become an entitled bitch? I shake my head at the thoughts and despite myself, I chuckle a little. Hector's action is very in character. I don't know much about the guy, but I have a good impression of him and I even admire his personality. The only thing that I really know about him, he gives 0 fucks. That's my impression of him. And all I know beyond the fact is that he is smart and half Brazilian. He cares for nothing of high school social drama or its people. And he is not faking or acting, I can tell. Last year when Flash was picking on him, he just looked bored and after some time asked, "Are you done?" So yeah, this guy really gives 0 fucks about what other people think. I wish I was more like him. At this moment Hector's car stops and starts to back up. When he comes back to his previous position at my side, the window rolls down again. If you're doing nothing, why don't come with me? Distract yourself a little. He proposes. Is he hitting on me? I don't think he is the type that would take advantage of my fragile state. If he was like Harry, I would refuse, but no. He asks and starts to move away slowly again. Okay. Despite myself, I agree. What can happen, right? Any place is better than here. The doors open to me and I enter in the passenger seat. But you're not getting lucky today, big boy. Don't even think about it. Inside the car, Hector goes back to driving without saying a word. No small talk, huh? So he is really not hitting on me. That would be the moment when he will try to know me better. But I'm grateful that he is not asking anything and just letting me to my thoughts. Oh, maybe he is being considerate. I look around the car. I discovered that is a Camry, but was this type of car always this modern? The panel has a touchscreen where it plays some classic music. The rest of the car has a very sleek design. Nice car. I compliment, thanks. He says without taking his eyes off the road. He is not taking the main avenue, so he doesn't plan to go out of the Queens. Very techy. I continue, passing my hand through some LEDs that glow with the beat of the music. Is this a new model of Camry? I ask. The interior was modified by me. He says, huh. Okay. I laugh, but his face has none of the usual cheeky smiles that a guy would have if he was bragging. Wait, are you serious? You changed the interior? I ask incredulously. Yes. Is a hobby of mine. He answers, oh, boys like these types of things, huh? I say absent-mindedly while caressing the smooth surface of my armrest. He only shrugs. Why didn't you change the exterior too? I ask. I'm the one doing the small talk. Not a normal occurrence. A bureaucratic hassle. A permit is needed to change the exterior of a vehicle, like the color or adding extra things. He says, oh, that makes sense. But I changed it is not recognizable. He adds. He taps the window with the knuckles of his fingers. The glass and all the bodywork of the car is bulletproof. He says, really? He doesn't look like he is lying. In those times, is good to be safe. True. Well, you basically made a new car. I mutter, if you're impressed by this, and you haven't even seen the hidden weapons. He jokes. This time there's a small smirk on the corner of his lips. Ha. Good one. You're the Tony Stark of the cars. I hop on the joke. Please. My lasers and missiles are much better. And the propulsors too. He exaggeratedly rolls his eyes and fake brags. Yeah. Do you use voice commands too? I say and continue to joke. Car, activate rocket launchers. Voice not registered. Command denied. A robotic female voice is emitted from the panel. What the heck? I stop and slowly turn to Hector. His lips are twitching. Is one of these virtual assistants that are popular? Did you really program it to answer these silly commands? I say, figuring out. He shrugs his shoulders. What can I say? Is cool. Well, I can agree. It's really cool. I go to touch the panel, changing the rest screen and showing the list of music. The music playing is Chopin Nocturne Op. 9 No. 2. I thought was Mozart or Beethoven. I only know these guys. Who the fuck is Chopin? Hector is really a nerd. Can I change the music? I ask, go ahead. He says you can know someone by their playlist. I scroll through Hector's playlist. Damn, he is eclectic. There are all types of music. Rock, pop, country, Brazilian funk, bossa nova, Japanese, French, and of many other countries. I settle with Smell Like Teen Spirit from Nirvana. Good choice. He compliments, then we fall back into a comfortable silence. Hector is cool. He has a good presence that makes me comfortable for some reason. I even started singing the chorus of the music. I would never embarrass myself like that normally. But Hector doesn't comment. I give him a side glance. He really had a glow-up, right? He is very handsome now. Well, he was not ugly before. A little awkward maybe, but everyone went through that at some point. Puberty hit him like Eidolon against Thor. Yep, I observed him before, not like I'm a stalker or like him or anything. It's just my secret hobby of watching him and Peter living normally. Was nice. Him, because of what I said before, he looks like living his life on his own rhythm and no one can make him even pause. Peter. Well, I know Peter from even before. We are neighbors, but we grew distant in high school. I would like to continue being close to him. He is nice too, but then the boys would pick on him in some sort of macho contest. Huh? I want to have a nice high school experience and be popular. Sue me. I ignored some things for the sake of this, and I'm not very proud of myself for this. And this is the main reason that I enjoy Hector simply existing without caring about high school social life. The other reason that I watch Peter from afar is that he is Spider-Man. Yep, quite a shocker for me too. Imagine my surprise seeing Peter getting out of the window of his room using Spider-Man's suit and putting on his mask. I think the guy needs to be a little more careful. So, seeing Peter conciliate high school and hero work is interesting. The guy is really out there fighting crime. And still acts super normal and humble. He is fucking Spider-Man for Christ's sake. Props to him. Where are we going? I finally ask, a place to keep the devil's thoughts away. Is all that he answers without even looking at me. I keep looking at his side profile. Shiny curly hair, no pimples on his face, and clear blue eyes. He is using a long-sleeved white shirt that is folded on his forearms, showing that the guy has some muscles. He smells nice too. And he's tall now. You really had a glow-up, huh? I can't help but say, what is your secret? I ask, half joking, half serious. Genetics is the deadpan answer that he gives me. Okay, then keep your secrets. I make a show of pouting. He chuckles. A very nice and deep chuckle. But stop it now. Don't matter if he is handsome now. You are not easy, Mary Jane. You worked hard to have a good reputation. Don't destroy it now only because you're fragile. We are here, he says, stopping the car. Okay then, big boy. Show me what you have in store for me. I'm just here to get distracted, so nothing gonna happen. I huff and groan, probably red-faced. Hector goes from behind me, his hands on mine, and he helps me put the box on the table. Here we go, he says, thanks for helping carry the heavy stuff a little. There are not many young people here. Can you help in the kitchen now? I assume from now, he asks. This guy tricked me. Who brings a girl to do voluntary work on the first date? I mean, is not a date. But normally a guy would try to impress the girl by taking her somewhere, right? Okay. That is all I can say. We are right now in the FEAST, a charity institution that is helping the people who lost homes, jobs, and other things during the invasion. FEAST is an acronym for Food, Emergency Aid, Shelter, and Training, by the way. Hector told me. People really like acronyms in this world, huh? I arrive in the kitchen. There's something I can do to help? I ask some old ladies. Oh dear, can you peel these potatoes? An old lady in green gestures to the mount of potatoes in the sink. Okay. I answer and go to work. There are other two old ladies here close to me, doing all sorts of kitchen things. You're lucky, girl, you know that? Another old lady in red elbows me conspiratorially. Excuse me? I look at her confused. Your boyfriend is a catch, she says. What? Hector is really a nice boy. A third lady in blue says, if I was young I would steal him from you. The one in red says and laughs. No. You all got it wrong. Hector is just a friend. I explain quickly to avoid misunderstandings. He is more of a classmate really, but he is cool, so no problem in calling him a friend. No? But you two come together though. The old lady in blue says that's a very outdated view. We just met by chance and he asked if I want to come. I said yes. I shrug. Oh. So my granddaughters still have a chance. The one in green say while giving a small laugh. At this point Hector walks close to us carrying some heavy boxes. Hey ladies, he says with an exaggeratedly flirting intonation, wiggling his eyebrows and everything. Hi Hector, the old ladies laugh and wiggle their fingers to him, like shy maidens. I can't help but laugh. This looks like some sort of inner joke between them. The four of us watch Hector put the heavy boxes on the ground. He is covered in a thin layer of sweat. He removes his glasses and passes his hand through his hair, making it slick to behind, and then uses his white shirt to dry his eyebrows. Wowawea. He is a fucking hunk. Look at these abs. I could peel these potatoes in my hands on these abs. And he has that sexy V-cut thing on his waist. What the heck? He's hot as fuck. Then I watch him mess with his hair, making it go back to normal, put on his glasses again and let his shirt fall. Nerd again. but what was seen cannot be unseen. I look at him even more attentively. His style is lacking, but he is really super hot. You're staring, dear. The lady in blue says, making me turn fast to her. All of them laugh and I know that I'm blushing. Are you sure? Are you not interested? The green one asks with a little smirk, We are simply friends. I say, damn, I stuttered. HMPF, kids those days are very forward, you know? Don't cry when some other girls snatch him. The one in red that I noticed is the most forward, advises. We are not like that. I don't have plans in entering a relationship either. I say, let me guess. Focusing on work? Study? Career? The green one says, yeah. I answer unsure. Young women nowadays sacrifice too much for these things. If you're in a relationship and you need to do so many sacrifices, then your relationship is wrong. A true couple would help each other, not create problems that make you have to sacrifice your future, she says, and makes sense, but hard to find a guy like that and is a bet that can go terribly wrong. I say while peeling my potatoes. My mother is a loser of that bet. I'm not gonna be like her. True. The green one agrees. There's one right there. The red one intervenes, points to Hector sorting the food that he brought from the boxes. Are these old ladies trying to set us up? Old people are really busybodies, huh? Too much trouble. I murmur, what trouble? The red one suddenly says, just attack. Let me tell you how I and my husband get together. She starts and I look at her. Like Hector, my husband was also a catch. Every girl of my time wanted him. But I won in the end. And I was not the prettiest, the richest, or with the better assets, if you know what I mean. Ha, she laughs and I laugh too. Do you know how I did that? No. I humor the old lady. I attacked. While every other girl was simply waiting for him to talk to them, sending gazes and smiles, I took matters into my own hands. I observed my husband. He was a quiet guy like Hector, kind and good but always keep a respectful distance. I noticed that he would never make the first move by himself, so at a party I started the talk and asked him to escort me. At the end of the month, we are in the bed together and he is laced. She finishes and starts cackling like a witch. I facepalm. I thought would be a cute story. Men are like horses, dear. They like to be free and run around, but when you tame them they are very docile. The green one advises, you just need to ride them occasionally. And they laughs again. These old people have no filters. The blue one, the one I noticed is the most behaved, gives her piece too. Is not only about catching them. Men are easy to maintain and keep them happy. You just need to remember to keep the stomach full. She says, as expected of a grandma, and their balls empty. And the three of them laugh out loud again. Et2, Brutus? These old ladies are messing with me. I start to peel the potatoes fast to get out there. Mary Jane. I hear someone say, déjà vu? I turn around to see. Aunt May. Is Peter's aunt. She is nice and just arrived in the kitchen wearing a coat and handbag. Oh, is really? What are you doing here, dear? Aunt May asked with a smile. I have known her for a long time. When I was a kid, I always liked to have dinner with the Parkers. Uncle Ben was so nice too. A pity what happened to him. If there's someone that I know that doesn't deserve to die before the time, was Uncle Ben. Hi, Aunt May. Me here was more of a coincidence, really. I met Hector on the way here. We are classmates, you know that, and he invited me. I say, smiling, leaving the whole familiar problems out of my answer. Oh, so nice of you. She says, giving me a hug. At this moment Hector arrived, Mrs. Parker. Why didn't you say that you're coming today? I would have caught you in your home. Hector says with a smile. A real smile. Not a smirk. I think that's the first time that I have seen him smiling naturally like that. Is a nice smile, by the way. There's no need to you go out of your way. Hector. She says and goes to hug him, but he holds her hand and keeps the distance. I'm all sweaty. How is Peter? He asked. He is sleeping. Ned and his girlfriend were studying so hard these days. She says, oh, so is Gwen, who is forcing him to study. Makes sense now. Hector says like he solved a mystery. I like her, she is a good girl. Aunt May says, yes she is. Tell Peter to hold her tight. Hector says, I will. You should have seen him when he came to present her to me. All nervous. She chuckles and Hector smiles again. Don't go bullying the poor guy, at least not too much. He says, talking about bullying. Hector turns to the three old hags. I heard you three laughing a little too much early, and knowing you all, you should have made MA1 uncomfortable. Stop the bullying, I'm the one that brought her here. I will feel bad. He says, and the ladies grumble about being innocent. Look at them, making a grandma act. I don't trust old people anymore. MJ1. Aunt May looks at him. There are two MJs. He shrugs his shoulders and goes away. He said the same thing to me earlier. The jerk, I said, at least I'm the first. And he simply said, don't flatter yourself too much, I only saw you first. This guy doesn't know how to treat a dame. He will end up single. Okay, this is nicer than I expected. The work here is a little tiring, but the people working here is nice. And helping people is nice. Really cleanse the soul. Early in the morning I was all depressed, but now I'm much better. And is not because working took my head out of my troubles and helped at that time, but I'm really all good now. Even if I think about my fight with my parents, my mood doesn't go down again. Well, if the work took my mind out of the gutter, the result makes me realize that my problems are not all that big deal. The people that come from food, shelter, clothes, sign up for jobs and other things. Seeing them, they're in a bad place now but are working on it. I can do better too. What is a little shouting compared when aliens destroying everything that you have? I can hold on for some years, seek my independence, a better life. Shout back to my father will only make my life unpleasant and the time pass slowly. A little over 14H Hector comes to me to take me back. Are you hungry? Let's go eat somewhere. He says. Now that he said it, I'm really hungry. We are here from early in the morning after all. I didn't bring any money. You can take me home. I say while we walk to his car. He turns to look at me. Normally we would pay for what we eat. But today is on me. Consider it a payment for your work today. He says, okay then, I warn you that I eat a lot. I joke. He just chuckles and looks at my waist. That was the first time that he looked at my body during the whole day. That is another point to him, I guess. Will be no problem, you're so skinny. I heard that you're trying to be an actress or a model. Are you anorexic? He asks me with worry, what? Obviously no dash. Then I see his lips twitching, holding back a laugh. He is messing with me again. I slap his shoulder. What about the no bullying rule that you said before? I ask jokingly, that's them and this is me, A1. He says while entering the car. The guy really is not a gentleman. He doesn't even open the door to me. Well, at least he is not fake like the guys trying to act patronizing just to get in my pants. Can you stop with the whole MJ1 thing? I ask while putting on the seatbelt, why MJ1? If I call you 2MJ will be confusing, an A1. He says, do I need to kill Michelle for you to stop with the numbers? Like in Highlander, there can be only one. I say and he turns to me fast, do you know this movie? He asks, obviously. I like cinema. It's not because I'm pretty that I want to go into showbiz. He laughs a little and I don't know why. Hector asked if I know some good place to eat nearby. He said that he rarely eats outside. He scrunched his face when I said that there's a place that sells hot dog nearby. Let's eat true food. And hot dogs from here are lame. He said lame? I asked, yeah, I'm accustomed to the Brazilian ones where we put other things on the hot dogs. He said, other things? Everything. Everything what? He looks at me seriously. Everything. And is the only explanation that I received. Is a simple hot dog. How can be different? We sit at a family restaurant to eat. You can order everything, anorexic girl. Don't be shy. He says, looking at the menu. This guy really doesn't pull punches. Okay then, dude. I will show you. Let's attack your wallet today. Don't mind if I do. I ordered a bunch of things. A lot of things. He just keeps staring at me with a quirk on his lips. When the waitress turns to him, he said, one of everything. To drink a jar of orange juice. He said and smile innocently. The waitress, a young woman, looks at him waiting for him to say that he is joking. Are you serious? She asks, yep. He confirms with a grin. Okay. She says and goes away. I turn to him, are you really gonna eat everything? I ask incredulously, this is a hobby of mine now, you know? I can cook. So I want to taste everything. If I can't eat, I can simply take it home. No big deal. He shrugs his shoulders. You can cook? How many hobbies do you have? Just. And I'm very good at it. He smiles. I can make you take your clothes off with a bite. He brags while smirking. I roll my eyes at him. Sure, stud. I believe in you. I say sarcastically. He doesn't care to elaborate further and just keeps silent. What you can cook then? I ask. Let's call out his bragging, everything. He says again with everything. Everything like what goes in a Brazilian hot dog? By the way, I have no clue about Brazilian food. I say, not a surprise, is not like is anything special or with a remarkable characteristic like the Oriental ones. He says, shrugging his shoulders, we received a lot of immigrants at some points, so you should find a little of everything there. Huge influence from African cuisine from where I came from, by the way. He explains, oh, there's really not distinct? An overwhelming characteristic. I ask, He thinks a little is heavy. He finally says, heavy? Yeah. You know how some foods in other countries are spicy and other things. When I compare to food in other countries, our food is heavy. Your anorexic stomach can't even support 2 bites, I bet. He really doesn't lose the chance, huh? Oh, so you're a great connoisseur of international food, my good sir? I ask sarcastically, yep. He answers without hesitation. Okay, this guy is so quite confident. I'm almost believing his bullshit. So, Gordon Ramsay. What would say is the best cuisine in the world? I ask. He doesn't even hesitate. I personally prefer Italian, but French cuisine is really the best with all the professionalism. He answers, France, huh? I want to go there one day. I say a little wistfully. The center of the fashion world, or arguably the most romantic place on the planet. I think every girl wants to go there at some point. Is a nice country, the climate is pleasant, great for tourism, good food, even the language is nice. I started to like French music recently. The world really goes well with singing. Hector says while playing with the straws on the table. By the way, do you know who was in Paris? He asks with a smirk, huh? Nothing. And he laughs alone. So lonely to only have myself to these references. I hear him murmur. Did you visit there? I ask. He looks at me for some time before finally answering, yes. The country is great, has only one defect. He says with a acting regretful, which is? I ask to him to continue, French people. He smirks and I laugh. Damn, only this small detail. I say exaggeratedly, you know, right? He agrees with me using the same tone of voice. After a sigh to calm myself from the good laugh, I say that I need to use the bathroom. When I went back to the table, I see the young waitress putting our drinks down and then giving Hector a paper. When she sees me, she acted all flustered and practically run away. I sit down and Hector raises the paper. There's a number on it. She give him her number and thought that we were together. Damn, we are not together but going behind someone's back like that. Where is your sisterhood, waitress? Looks like I'm popular now. Interesting. He says before putting the paper in his pocket. Good for you. I look at the waitress but she is practically hiding now. She is cute. Gonna call her? He says like it's obvious, it would be rude to throw it away now, so I throw it in the garbage later. I don't know if he is considerate or ruthless. Whatever, nothing to do with me anyway. But you really have good looks now, you must be drowning in the attention from the girls. I say, and he snorts, as if, is not the same for men, in J1. We don't receive attention that easily. And I rarely go out too. He says, then he touches his jaw in a narcissist way, but I guess I'm the peak of my life, huh? I never received someone's number before. He jokes. I roll my eyes at him. Your glow up is almost unbelievable too. Did you awaken some meta power during summer? I ask in a joking tone. He looks at me and laughs. Okay, you get me. The truth is... Wait, is he seriously? I'm Spider-Man. Ha. As if. I laugh even more. If there's a hero that I know that he is not, is Spider-Man. Why everyone laughs when I say this? Unbelievable. He shakes his head in resignation. I believe in you, Hector. I'm Black Widow, by the way. I thought people would notice because of the hair. I joke too. He smirks. So look at us. Two arachnid-themed heroes together. Must be destiny. The first time that he even flirts a little, but the joking tone shows that he is not serious. Are you sure about this, big boy? Black Widow isn't famous for eating their partners after the act. I flirt back with a huge predatory grin. He looks me up and down. Ignoring the time when he looked at my waist earlier, this is the only time that he looked at my body. Very different from the other boys. And the fact that he is blatantly doing this is another thing that differentiate him from the other boys that put a gentlemanly act. After he shamelessly stares, he nods to himself. Worth it? He said, satisfied. I slap his shoulder and laugh. Jerk. And here I was thinking that you're a gentleman. I can be a jerk and a gentleman. He argues. The two don't exclude each other. After some more friendly banter, our food finally arrives. The waitress avoided eye contact with me all the time. Is a little funny. I even make an act of glaring at her. Hector sees what I'm doing, but he doesn't comment. Then we go to eat, falling into silence again. There's something about Hector. Normally silence is awkward. The boy trying too hard to keep talking and keep the conversation going, mostly afraid that I will forget about his presence. Hector simply doesn't care. You look the type that enjoys life, Hector. I suddenly say. Surprisingly, even myself. He looks at me strangely. Where did this come from? He asks while pausing his eating. He is really eating everything. Even I don't even know where it comes from. I just suddenly said. I don't know. I confess, you look like is enjoying eating, enjoyed helping people there in the FST. I don't know, is just the impression that I got from you. I shrug, a little embarrassed by my own words. He only keeps looking at me. I really said something weird, right? Do you go there often? Help with charity, I mean. I say, trying to change the subject. Well, let's say that is the inherited will from my parents. He says with a distant look. They died some months ago. He then looks at me. But you already know it, huh? He arrives at the conclusion by watching my face. And he is right. After Hector episode with Flash. The one and only time that he talked back, seeing the uncharacteristic action made some people search for the reason. Some weeks later, everyone in the high school knew the reason why he was in a bad mood and not taking shit anymore. Even Flash felt bad and stopped implicating with him. Flash is not a horrible person, just tremendously immature. He stopped implicating with Peter too much after the death of Uncle Ben too. Yes. I say slowly, my condolences, Hector. I was really sorry to hear about the accident. I say to him, it's okay. It became easier with time. He says, raising his hand to stop me, the secret is living life normally, acting normally, and eventually things will become normal again. He continues, back to what I'm talking, my parents always helped with charity. So I continued the tradition. But only recently have I went to start to go personally there. It's good to be close when helping. Make you feel better. He says, and I can relate. I felt better too. His speech is familiar. Eidolon. I ask him, his eyes turn fast to look at me. Say what? He looks at me intensely. The whole thing about getting close when helped to feel the difference that you do. This is something that Eidolon said in the interview. Are you inspired by him? I explain. You can say that is half inspired by him. The other half came from a certain friend of mine that recommended me to do small things, saying that I was overworking myself. He says, reclining on his chair. Eidolon is nice. A good role model. He saved me, you know? I brag a little, even if it's nothing to brag. He did? He looks at me strangely and with a frown on his face. Yep. I mean, not only me. It was during the invasion. A bunch of debris was falling over me and older people on the street, and the debris simply stopped and start floating in the air. Only later I discovered that was him. I explain, I see. That's very good to hear. He says with a thoughtful expression. The way that you talked before, it looked like that he swept you out your feet and carried you to the horizons after rescuing you from a villain. He teases, shut up. Let me brag. Eidolon and Spider-Man are my favorite heroes. A weird combination. They don't have much in common. Hector analyzes, they have a lot in common, okay? They care about the small people. I don't want to speak badly of the others, but Stark, the Fantastic Four, the Pims, and even Captain America was not out there stopping criminals and saving people every day. I say. He observes me silently and waits for me to continue. I can understand that they stopped supervillains with great plots, a meteor from falling on Earth, and terrorists in the Middle East. But Spider-Man and Eidolon are really close to us. You know what I mean? I try to explain. I understand you. I like Spider-Man too. Don't like Eidolon too much though. He looks fake. I'm cynical. He says, joking a little. I throw a napkin at him. Don't talk like that of my hero. I defend Eidolon. I see. A fangirl. Another characteristic from MJ1 that I will add to my mind. He teases, shut up. After we eat a little more. The guy is really destroying all of his food. I decide to risk ruining this good mood between us. But I need to say, Hector. I'm sorry. I start, and once again he looks at me strangely. From the little I know him, he probably doesn't care, but I need to say, for the bullying. He raises an eyebrow. You're not the one bullying me though. Or is? He says doubtfully, no. Oh no. But I could have stopped, you know? And I did nothing. Just watched. I say, avoiding eye contact. Afraid of becoming an outcast of the popular kids? He guesses. Bullshit. Yeah. I say, ashamed. I felt bad. It was wrong of me. I'm really sorry. But I believe in you. And seriously, I don't care. It's not like you have any obligation to help me or anything. And I really don't care about the bullying here. Seriously is very light. Words? Insults? Please? And they never beat me. A push, a leg for me to trip, hiding my things. He rolls his eyes, so childish. He is really a tolerant guy that don't give a fuck. Don't let this eat you up, day one. You're better than most at least. He says and goes to eat again. Yeah, but in this age where we see heroes' big actions, doing things when they're not asked and even receiving shit from the media and the public, showed me that I'm really no different from everyone. Just sheep. That goes with the flow. Because of my appearance, I initially received a little subtle bullying from the girls. I eventually get over it and made friends with them. But I still hold back sometimes to avoid trouble. Not using too much makeup, skirts, becoming a cheerleader. All of this to not receive the slut stigma that I know these girls would spread through the school. There's even a rumor some time ago that I fucked a teacher for good grades. Bitch, please. I'm a virgin. Don't even have a boyfriend because all guys think I'm easy and just want to fuck me. We finished our food. He really ate everything, the fucking monster. Where did all that food went? I want his metabolism. Hector still talked and joked with me during the meal. Don't letting my apology ruins the mood. I'm grateful for that. He's cool, sated and happy. He drives me home. After hearing Guns N' Roses on the way, he stopped at the front of my house. Here we are. Thanks for helping in the charity, MJ1. He says smiling, no, was surprisingly fun. I think I will start going there on Saturdays. I answer and he nods with a smile. And we stare each other. The guy is really handsome. His hair looks soft, I want to touch it, and this guy doesn't even have pores. Oh my god. I take care of my skin and hair, they are not perfect like that. Wait, he's approaching. Damn, these are some kissable lips. Hold on. Is this happening? I think he earned it, right? Yeah. Is not a bad idea. He approaches and I was almost closing my eyes when his hands pass by my body and he opens the door. Here. I'm opening the door to you. I can be a gentleman too. And he smiles innocently. Don't tilt your head to me, asshole. You're obviously doing this on purpose. Drop the innocent act. Is an act, right? He can't be that oblivious. Hey Hector. See you at school. I really enjoy today, thanks. You have great chances of a second date. I say a little provocatively, wait, was this a date? Damn, I ruined my chance. He says exaggeratedly and even clenches his fist in disappointment. I laugh at his act. Have a good weekend, Mary Jane. He says to me after some time, with a smile on his face. You too. And I decide to not be the only one being teased. Taking a page from the book of that old lady in red, I kiss Hector's cheek, on the edge of his lips. Till Monday, tiger. I say, and the dumbfounded look on his face is worth the act. Maybe on my way to the door, I swayed my hips a little too much to tease him too, but I will deny it forever. Hector POV tiger? Isn't she surprisingly fun? Maybe I had too much prejudice because of the slut Jane from the Spider-Man trilogy. She doesn't even look like Kirsten Dunst. I watch her till she enters the house, a last wave of her hand before she closes the door, and not even because of her tight ass. Peter's luck really only went to one place. But I think my harem protagonist's luck is overwhelming his luck and usurping his destiny. Now he can focus on Gwen and will not waste his luck with girls and have a good life. How good of a friend am I really? Sacrificing myself to these hot babes, so that Peter can live normally. But it's okay because this is what heroes do. Jokes aside, I was not only watching Mary Jane's swaying hips, but I was also watching the inside of her house. X-ray vision and super senses allow me to know everything that is happening inside. I see MJ1 entering and having a small dispute with her mom before she goes to her room. She doesn't look in distress, so even this couldn't ruin her good mood now. Her father is sleeping, I don't know his work time, maybe he has a night shift or something. I frown. While looking at every nook and cranny of the house, I play with some devices in my hand. Throwing in the air a little and catching it back. Then my hand moves fast, and I threw the devices like they were hidden weapons. Using my telekinesis, I put the cameras and microphones in optimal places so that I can hear everything that is happening in the house and see almost everything. Sorry, Tae-won, but I trust no one. Being a hero has shown me how much low humanity can go. Spoiler, very low indeed. So low that sometimes I think about simply mind-breaking everyone on the planet and solving everything. So I don't trust you, father. An abusive relationship. A drunk and unhappy father, a mother with low self-esteem that is afraid of being abandoned, a beautiful teenage daughter. This is the fucking receipt of sexual assault. And statically, most of these crimes happen in homes and come from close relatives. So, is for your protection. There's no PG-13 classification that will protect you. And you almost died. I saved you in the invasion by luck. I don't like to these things to chance. Starting the engine, I drive away. Cortana, make a program to alert me if sounds above 80 dB are emitted from that house. Also, program it to alert me in the case of the following keywords being said: help, Eidolon, Spider-Man, stop it, God, please. After listing more than 20 keywords I stop. It's done, master. She replies, thank you. And why didn't you stop the car from replying her at that time? I know that you could have acted fast. I ask with a frown, because was funny. She replies with no shame. My lips twitch again. It's really funny. I laugh, but don't blow my cover for a joke. I warn. Alright. I was also curious to see her reaction. Is impressive how the human minds work, always searching for a rational explanation, even when the world was not that rational anymore. She preferred to think that you're a geek than someone involved with the super community. Cortana says, it's only natural. Some people try to deny the existence of anything fantastical, while others try to latch onto it with all of their strength. But the main reason is that people don't like to be wrong. Mary Jane had an idea of me on her mind. Me being more than that idea would make all her assumptions wrong, and people are really resistant and acknowledging misconceptions. I analyze. Very common to humans indeed. Even after some proof be rubbed on their face, some still maintain themselves in denial. Abusive relationships last because of that, by the way, seeing MJ's parents. The abused partner doesn't want to believe that was wrong when choosing the abusive partner. Think that there's some good on the other, that he will change, blah blah. Are you gonna press forward this relationship, master? She looked receptive. I don't see it working. I answer truthfully. Mary Jane. She is beautiful, her personality is surprisingly nice too, but normal woman, you know? Makes me put step back. I will confess. Me from the Marvel world before the merging had a crush on her. On her and on Gwen. I have good taste in women, huh? There are other hot girls at Midtown High, but I really chose the best to have a crush. I high-five myself mentally. Obviously, Gwen was off the limits after I from the past noticed that she liked Peter and vice versa. And Mary Jane is always with the popular kids, and I from the past, doing another rightful assumption, thought that all of them imbeciles. So yeah, would never happen. A part of me might want it to happen. She could be my normal partner. Hector needs a love interest as much as Eidolon, right? For the public image. She passes all the requirements, but there are things that prevent that. First, if I would choose a normal partner, I would choose the best girl. Ursula Ditkovich. Ursula, all other Spider-Man girls. Jokes aside, the second reason would be the same as why I didn't pursue Ursula or any other normal girl to have a serious relationship. Wouldn't be fair to them. Me keeping my other life a secret, having a harem as Eidolon, would be cheating. And let's not lie to ourselves, no normal girl would accept a harem. And third, our paths. My life will be perturbed. But Mary Jane's career also doesn't help. She wants to be an actress. Sorry, but I would never accept my girlfriend to be an actress. You can call me insecure, controller, male chauvinist, but no is a no. Imagining the girl I like in the arms of another man, kissing, hugging, and acting affectionate. I shudder only by thinking about it. Maybe I'm immature, but I'm not bending on this. This is something that I wouldn't accept not even for the celebrity crush of my former life, and while I was only a normal guy, Alexandra Daddario. Are you sure, master? She looks fun, she even likes you as Eidolon. Cortana's voice cut my thoughts. It's never gonna happen, I say with finality. Look at this fool African accent, he thinks he is in control. Like all males before going horny. Per guy. Or not, he is lucky. Anyway, this is the chapter, I hope everyone liked it. Some time ago I read a comment asking to be shown more of Hector's normal life. And this was something that I want to show too. Some chapters ago he even questioned himself if he is not more Eidolon than Hector at this point. Everything is Eidolon related. Obviously, Eidolon life is much more cooler and interesting. But a little slice of life can be nice. The problem is that there are not many people that can be part of this. Everyone has a foot on the super world. For now, only his grandparents and Christine Palmer. So Mary Jane is another anchoring to normal life. Let's see how this will develop from now on. By the way, MJ personality is more heavily based on the cartoon, The Spectacular Spider-Man. She was very cool there. She has a high EQ, is street smart, perceptive, funny, nice. Much better than the slut Jane that everyone dreads. I hope everyone liked her. She was not perfect, she has her flaws too. I really don't know how a teenage girl thinks. If I know, I would have more stories to tell about my teenage years, but I hope her personality is believable. Is one of the things that I put effort on this story. By the way, this chapter should have the encounter with M and Oder things. But it becomes too big because of me. You guys know me. And I like to write MJ POV. Anyway, bye. Stay good. Till next time. The plot never stops. Disclaimer. I own nothing. This history has no interest in offending any party. Having the sole objective of only entertaining the readers. Enjoy. It's like everyone tells a story about themselves inside their own head. Boys. All the time. That story makes you what you are. We build ourselves out of that story. Bast, The Kingkiller Chronicle Book 1, The Name of the Wind. Recap. Previously, after the ending of the visit in the X-Men mansion and after watching the waves caused by his fight against the Juggernaut, Hector decided to slow down a little and do some small good. He ended up meeting Mary Jane and starting a friendship that he had not expected to be worth having initially. Hector POV, Midtown High lunchtime, but I'm not in the cafeteria. While taking my helmet from my locker, I feel someone approaching. Hello, Tiger. MJ1 greets me with a smile. Despite myself, I still look behind me to see if she is not talking with Peter. I'm talking with you. She says fast and gives me a light tap on my arm. Well, hello. I answer finally, but please don't recycle your ex's pet names on me. I comment half joking and half serious. The fiction of my former life still affects my reality in this one. Tiger is her nickname for Peter, so obviously is weird to me to be called that. I don't have exes and I never called anyone else Tiger. She huffs. So okay, that's better. You can use my name though. Are you gonna stop calling me MJ1 then? She asks, raising an eyebrow. Nope, I say, popping the P. Just own it already, you. I could call you MJ Red if you don't like numbers. She groans. Only red is better, many call me that. No can do, I can only call you MJ Red, like a Power Ranger. There's already another red. So I would stop confusing MJs to start confusing the reds. Exchanging 6 by half a dozen. I say, Jean is the other red. She gives me a pointed look. To someone that said that don't receive girls' attention, you are so full of women that you need to change their nicknames? A coincidence, really. I'm friends with like 4 women. It's not my fault that all of you are similar in some way. Same initials, same hair color. Maybe you attract the same type of girl. Oh, I attract, you say? I answer cheekily and she laughs. Look at you, be careful to not get a big head. She says and I just shrug. She then continues, I came to ask if you do not want to eat with us. This, that you're talking about, involve Flash, Harry, Elizabeth, and the others? I give her a side glance while going back to take my things from my locker. Yes. I sigh. Closing the locker, I turn to her again. I know what you're trying to do, I appreciate it. But is not necessary. I say, really, there's no need to try to bring me to the popular table, in a way to repay me. Oh, get ridden of your guilty. I say. She fidgets a little but still looks at me in the eyes. Is not only that. She says pointedly, I think you're cool, people will like you, and you will make friends. To her high school girl mind, this is a big deal. But to me, I really don't care. Seriously, I'm good the way I am right now. I say to her, okay. I expected that in some way. She says, but you need to try, right? For yourself and for me. By the way, is not like I'm gonna stay in high school much longer. I'm even going to my interview in college right now. I comment, what? You already going to college? Already? She asks surprised, "Didn't I tell you?" I ask, "I think I really do not tell her. I have the talent to say a lot about myself without saying anything about myself." "No. You are really going to college?" "Yep. I'm already emancipated. I will graduate early if everything goes well. This is one of the reasons that I couldn't join you to eat right now. I'm already going home to do my interview later." I say, "Oh." She looks sad? Maybe is because she will lose a friend that she just acquired. "Well, I need to go now." "Bye," I say while passing by her. "Good luck with the interview." She exclaims after some time, "I don't need luck. But thanks for the good wishes anyway." I say without looking back, "And comb your hair." She advises. I loosen the tie on my neck after the successful interview. Obviously it went well. Absolutely flawless. But while I enter my car and mess with my hair to go back to normal, I think about morals again. You know the saying, "Power corrupts." But it's not like I will wake one day and suddenly have the urge to commit mass murder or start a holy war. Now I understand that the corruption of power is subtle and small. As an example, and why I'm thinking about this now, is the use of power to gain some small advantages in life, like using telepathy to make my acceptance in college smooth. It's not like there's any reason for me to be denied my entrance, but nepotism or bribing can happen and my spot can be given to another. And this would delay my life a little. Halfway though the interview I thought of convincing them more subtle with my powers, just to save me from the annoyance and unforeseen trouble. A small thing really, is not like I don't deserve the spot, right? Well, is in this way that starts. From there, things go downhill. Again, is not like a teenager that just awaken his power will have big ambitions of world domination. I can see a normal guy using electric power to steal from an ATM, or reading his crush's thoughts to seduce her. Small advantages, small consequences. With time he could sink lower. I can't judge. I'm a guy with many opportunities. I don't need to steal to have money, use my powers to get a girl, or even kill anyone to gain power. So it's easy for me to be good. I literally have no reason to be evil. But I know that a necessary evil is a must, and is better that this role falls in my hands. And because of this, I despise the ones that fall into the bad path without reason, like rich second-generation kids that buy drugs. Bunch of pathetic lowlives. Well, any case is a case. Let's just continue to reflect to not fall for the trap and be corrupted absolutely. Helena POV, having money really makes life easy. I can't help but say out loud while choosing my battle gear for this mission. Right now, I'm on my personal jet, letting the thing on autopilot while gearing up in the back. A huge locker opening as a small armory to me. All types of bolts with the most diverse effects. Explosive, gases, poison, drills, EMP, with nanites that could track the enemy and much more. Really, why would I want a bolt that ricochets in walls? Hector can be childish sometimes. No shit, Sherlock. I hear Shago's voice on the co-pilot seat. I look at her lazily lounged on her chair, her feet on the control panel, happy to have Hector as a sugar daddy? I almost growl at her provocations. But I learned that do no good in falling into her trap. He is not my sugar daddy. Don't project yourself on me. I answer while taking a little of everything. Who knows if I will need it, right? Even if it's an easy mission. Maybe Hector's cautiousness is rubbing on me. Oh, please. Just admit it. Everything that we have was provided by him. She says relaxedly, "This can't be helped." I exclaim, "We literally have nothing to our name here." Yeah, but you can stop to try so hard, you know? I know that you want to prove something to yourself by, using the jet instead of asking Isabella to help. But just enjoy the advantages. It's not like Hector thinks that you're taking advantage of him. She says while polishing her nails, "Maybe I just want to be more independent and I trying to achieve it step by step instead of being accommodated like a certain someone." I bite back. Independent. She rolls her eyes. I'm independent. I just choose to not be when I don't want to be. I'm so independent that I'm free to decide where to draw the line of my independence. She starts speaking. I can't argue with your bullshit logic. Having someone to provide for me makes life so easy and good. Sincerely, you simply look a little childish. With this misplaced pride. I roll my eyes at her. This discussion is useless. She has her views and I have mine. And we won't change it. And there's no reason to get angry at her. She is not even saying it in a bad way, I know now. In her mind, she is giving sounding advice. Shago is a carefree person, to not say lazy. In Hector's own words, she likes power without none of the responsibilities, and because of this, she prefers to be a right-hand woman or sidekick. I know of her past, the expectations of her family in being a hero. She simply had enough and started living her life at her own pace. But this lifestyle is not for everyone. Not for me, at least. She knows it, but she will never stop talking about it. She is an annoying friend. Yep, she is a friend now. How far I've fallen. Well, I befriended weirder in the past. She didn't press the issue after I ignore her. I go back to focus on the little armory. There are 2 new things that Hector asked me to test. The first is a prototype hard-light floating shield. I take the 2 discs the size of my hand and I stick them in on my belt. According to him, the discs will float close to my body and react to anything that approaches me at more than 100 miles per hour, entering in the way and activating the shield. The second thing is also something of hard light. I'm not that knowledgeable about science stuff. But weaponized light is a big deal, right? Anyway, I take the 2 high-tech fingerless gauntlets. A little bulky to my taste but is a prototype. Cortana, release a dummy please. I say to the air, right away. The voice of the AI replies. Another nice addition to our little group. And damn if was not funny when the hologram body appeared to Shago. The look she gave Hector. A wall opens slightly and a floating target appears. Maybe Shago is into something, an AI, for example, spoils a person on how easy it makes life. Pointing my arm to the dummy, my hand opened slightly, a flex of my fingers made the upper side of the gauntlet change and then a purple hard light bolt is charged on it. Hector is really creative about these things, huh? But I still don't know why the files of my weapons are tagged as Project Vane by Hector when everyone else has their own codenames there. Pointing at the dummy, I pull my index finger like a trigger and the purple bolt flies to it. The balance is good. HM. The power is not so bad, but hard light can't add properties like explosives and electricity. But the selling point of this gauntlet is. I start to pull all my fingers in order and the thing shot bolts very fast. The fire rate is truly nice. But Hector said that the bolts will disappear if they go too far away from the power battery on the gauntlet. So this is a close combat option weapon even if it's a crossbow. Can be useful. And don't waste bolts. We're almost there. Shago announces and I prepare to kick some ass. So, this whole mission is simply destroying some shipment that is destined to arrive in the USA. We're now in England, the place that Hector is a little wary of for reasons of old bullshit magic users. And sincerely, I can't fault the guy. In my other world, 1,000-years-old people are common and these guys that cling to life like cockroaches are surely annoying. Like Vandal Savage. The Predator, the name of my personal jet, given by Hector keeps itself above the docks in stealth mode. We are just waiting for the people that will come to leave with the ships. Do you know that Hector can absorb templates of people in the Omniverse, right? I say to Shago, making small talk. What about it? One of them is someone that I know from my universe. That bad guy, right? She says disinterestedly. A fun fact though, in my universe, Batman is a little down bad for a woman there. A cat burglar. Black leather, cat theme, steal things. Sounds familiar. I say holding a smirk when she looks at me. Hector said that my multiverse and this one are like twins. I can see some similarities. There's even a cat burglar here too. I comment offhandedly. What are you trying to say? She asks with her lips pursed, a sign that I know now that she is annoyed. Nothing. Just making small talk. I shrug my shoulders. She stares at me before turning to the front again. He must have railed her on a rooftop at this point. I say, and she turns to me fast. You're trying to take a reaction off me. Me? Oh no. Just saying. I act oblivious. Hector at this moment is holding back. He appears to have some unsolved issues. The guy will not go to have a fling that easily. Shago says to me as much to herself. Sure. I agree with her easily. She turns to the front again, but I can say that she was still thinking about it. This is for annoying me earlier, dear. Let this thought live rent-free in your head for a while. Some minutes later we see some cars arriving on the docks. That's our cue. I say, rising from my seat. Shago follows me. If it's any consolation, Batman is down bad to the villain type. You're on the right track, sis. I say before jumping. Third-person POV down there, the docks in England were poorly lit and mostly empty. This is not by chance. With money is always possible for a criminal organization to set a situation to be the best for this type of endeavor. We will switch the merchandise now. This evening they're approved, so keep the seal intact. And then some of you stay as substitutes to the ship staff and part early in the morning. A man says to the group in a low voice. If looked closely is possible to notice that this big group is composed of two types of people. It appears that they're allies and are working together on this project. The big factor to notice it is that half of them have Asian features and look more organized than the others with Western features. There's still some guards. The man that looks like is in charge of the Asian group comments, and some of the Asian groups cock the guns. What the fuck you're thinking that you're doing? The man in charge of the other group shouts in a low voice. We're gonna take care of them. The Asian man says in a non-nonsense voice, are you crazy? Didn't you know who guns attract attention? The Western man says with a pointed look. To this, the Asian man doesn't reply. So we will not use guns, and then some of his subordinates pull katanas. No killing either. What are you? A coward? If so, you should leave this line of business. The Asian man says annoyed, listen here, dude. I don't care what you do on your own. But you're not killing anyone in this operation. A dozen of workers die or disappear overnight and the one in black will sniff around and he will set his sight on us. No killing. The Western guy exclaims, what do you suggest then? The Asian man relents, wait 10 minutes and the shift of the guys that we bribed will start. He says, after some time the Asian man nods. That's the reality of today's criminal world. Criminals are stepping on eggs because of the existence of a single man. The game changed, Eidolon's influence already reached worldwide proportions. Is not that simple to a big organization nowadays. In the past, the actions of these organizations are almost brazen. They could kill anyone, threaten anyone, do anything, and with money and influence they would get away from any consequence. Not anymore. The one in black, like how they call him from fear of being heard, strikes terror in everyone because he can't be threatened, bribed, or even defeated. Any big wave made by these organizations could be seen by him, and because of this, they need to adapt their game. Especially things that involve lives. Some months back, Eidolon took personally when a robber used a child's life to threaten him and he sent a message. With a little effort, he tracked down everyone slightly related to that gang and destroyed them. And even the ones that are not that related received a huge financial loss. His actions against the human trafficking ring in Eastern Europe to this day left some scars. There's a country that is lacking in politics because Eidolon exposed the involved. So criminal organizations changed their modus operandi and rarely take lives in grand proportions, and when taking it, take very discreetly. Is almost a non-written rule at this point, and if someone breaks this rule is ostracized like the plague. If a goon of a criminal organization kills a non-related innocent person violently, is almost certain that he will not live to see another day. Killed by his own group. But even adapting is still hard to keep the previous efficiency to when they could do anything. People fear them less nowadays too. Eidolon influence again. Police are not taking bribes that often and they can't be threatened that easily too. Normal people are the same, not always turning their heads when seeing something wrong, like some goons extracting protections fees from some store. Some would say that Eidolon goodness is infectious, but while this is true, this is mostly because people are not that afraid of criminals because Eidolon has their back. Police and some politicians sometimes facilitate the actions of criminals. Are all of them bad? But when you enter in a police force and everyone is corrupted, it is hard to keep your values. When presented with two choices between receiving some money or a loved one head, how many would keep themselves honest? When even if acting honestly nothing changes, how many would keep insisting? People are accustomed to turn their head to evil and allowing it when this doesn't involve them. A form of protection that is not really possible to blame them. But the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Now, that is not that easy to threaten these people. They're really starting to do their job properly and make the criminal's life even harder. That's our people. Let's go. The Western man says, watching the ones that he could bribe arrive, so we're gonna arrest them too. He hears a voice coming from above. Hastily looking up, he sees Huntress and Lady Jade looking down on them from above a compartment. Let's end this fast. I don't like this country. There are too many British people here. Lady Jade says while twirling a lock of hair, what's the problem with the British? Huntress asks. The criminals just watch, shocked by the casual exchange. A certain part of their brains register and simply accept that is game over, so is hard for them to pull it together and act. Their English is wrong. Stop being xenophobic. Huntress shakes her head. Is literally their language. Bitch, they can't even say bottle of water. Lady Jade says, looking down on the criminals. For some reason one of the men repeats it. The casual conversation is simply too weird. The guy repeats to himself to this. Lady Jade throws her head back and laughs loudly. I can't make this shit up, man. She makes a show of wiping a tear. Maybe her mocking laugh annoyed them, but the criminals snapped out of their shock. The guy is not here. Only his bitches. The leader exclaims, let's take them. Hey, only I am his bitch. Lady Jade says, offended, before creating a rocket launcher with her powers and shooting at their cars. The people look shocked. Not only their escape route was destroyed, but the explosion will also attract attention. Is truly game over. Lady Jade jumps and shoots some fireballs at them while on it, messing even more with any formation that they could have formed. You big dash. The Western leader couldn't even finish before receiving an attack of bludgeon made of Lady Jade's corrosive fire on the face. Without a doubt, his face will be half destroyed after that. You all haven't noticed. But you're my bitches here. She exclaims before advancing again. Her flamboyant style of attack is not unnecessary. During those big explosions, while she was attracting the attention of everyone, Huntress becomes invisible and is inconspicuous, taking down many of that who try to flee or are simply behind. She is really taking out on these people that talk about Black Cat. My condolences. Huntress thinks while shooting two running goons in the back with electric bolts. These Asian ones are a little more trained. Needless to say, was a massacre. The 30 or so criminals had no chance against the two. When Lady Jade goes to shoot the Asian leader while he was running away with an unnecessary M200 rifle, she turns around quickly and hastily makes a shield. A purple blade crash against the shield and the attacker uses the shock to propel himself back and keep a little distance. Lady Jade looks at the newcomer. Well, someone a little more fun finally showed up. She says while looking up and down on her opponent. The Asian woman using a purple leotard and holding what is a sort of sword construct, also purple. I think I saw her on Hector Files. Shago thinks, Cortana, she is? She says under her breath. By the description, Psylocke. Metaclassification, Thinker and Blaster. Possible low-level telepathy and can make psionic constructs. Cortana answers in her ear, Hector protected my mind, but I haven't felt anyone trying to read it. So maybe she doesn't have that good control over it or is depowered. Lady Jade holds out her hand and 3 green grenades appear in it. Even showing her grenades and taking her time to throw them, Psylocke doesn't attack and only prepares herself to dodge. So she can't attack at long range? Is the sword her limit? Not that impressive. Maybe she is trying to make me lower my guard. Lady Jade thinks while Psylocke dodges the 3 explosions, if she is not a brute. Lady Jade advances to close-quarter combat, surprising a little Psylocke that thought that she would need to put effort in close the distance. Joke's on her, Shago fought in close quarters her whole life. And with her new powers, she made another shield with one hand to defend herself against the purple sword. Taking advantage of her enemy's blocked vision, Lady Jade throws a dozen of green grenades on her feet. Psylocke tries to jump back, but Lady Jade grabs her arm. Stay here with me a little, okay? BOM. After the huge explosion, Psylocke emerges from the smoke with an injured leg, but Lady Jade is unscathed. This is what you gain from showing off your legs like that. Lady Jade mocks, there's already a purple samurai girl on our team, so your character is redundant. She says before advancing at high speed again. With an injured leg, Psylocke's chances look slimmer now. Don't kill her. She is on the gray list. Cortana says in her ear, making Shago stop. That guy, she says in frustration, must be his Asian fetish, I'm sure of it. The 2 enemies look at each other. Psylocke is already making plans to escape. Don't move. A voice behind her throws cold water on her plans and she feels a cold pointy thing be pressed to her neck. Unmake the sword and put your hands on the ground. Huntress says seriously. Lady Jade starts approaching them unworriedly while Psylocke complies. I'm not your enemy. Psylocke says while remaining unmoved, her knees and hands on the ground. Don't look like it. Lady Jade says, I didn't try to hurt you. I'm just making a show of it. I do not really work with the hand. In truth, I wanted to enter in contact with your guys for some time. Psylocke says. The other 2 frown. Continue. Huntress says, but presses the tip of the bolt more firmly on Psylocke's neck to remember the Asian woman to not try anything stupid. The circumstance is complicated. I want to talk with Eidolon. I can give your information about the hand in exchange for his help with something. Lady Jade scoffs. Everyone wants to meet Eidolon. He is too busy to the likes of you. And you're not in a place to negotiate if you haven't noticed. I'm not a villain. Psylocke exclaims more strongly, let me talk with him and I can explain myself. Lady Jade and Huntress exchange looks. I swear, the Asian magnetism of that guy is too strong. Lady Jade comments, listen here. Psylocke. Psyche, I know. If you want to meet the big boss, you need to tell us first what you want to talk about with him. Then we will decide if it's worth it. Lady Jade says, is to his ears alone. Psylocke says stubbornly, let's just take her and put her some days in a closet, this will open her lips. Lady Jade says, I can't go away for too long, I need to keep my facade with the hand. Psylocke says strongly, woman, you're not in position to demand anything. I will not run, tell him to meet me on a green industrial shed 20 kilometers east from here at midnight tomorrow. He can find you whenever he wants. Just come with us now. Huntress says, trying to act diplomatically, I can't be away for long, even more, if I don't know if he will want to help me. Psylocke tries to argue. If you don't trust him that much, then there's no reason to even talk with him. Lady Jade says. This back and forth goes from some time. Okay, fuck it dash, Lady Jade starts to say, but Psylocke does something that surprises the 2. She acts fast to use her psionic swirls to impale herself on the edge of her stomach to attack Huntress that is behind her. Huntress jumps back and Psylocke takes the opportunity to run away. I can go with you guys, but I'm not lying, tell him to meet me. She shouts before running away while clutching her side. Oh, she has guts at least. Lady Jade comments unworriedly. Let's follow her? She can take us to their hideout. She turns to Huntress. I put a tracker on her hair. Let her go free for tonight. Eidolon can really find her at any time. Huntress comments, I don't want her coming anyway. Lady Jade huffs, worried that he would fall. To her charms. Huntress teases. Please, more like her fall on his dick. Did you see that leotard? Such slut. People nowadays lost all modesty. Lady Jade says exaggeratedly. Ha. Be nice, maybe she will join us. Huntress says, making the other roll her eyes, let's go back. The police are here. Okie dokie. Hector Peavy, his residence. I hummed to myself while expertly and at high speed cutting the salad. Using an adamantium kitchen knife looks like is unnecessary, but I'm still holding back, you know? I still have that D. Rouse kitchen knife in my sky poison pearl. Using that would be truly overkill. Shouldn't I give the Dias kitchen knife to Tsukasa so that he would use it more? Maybe. But I'm a hoarder and a collector. I'm not giving away my cool things like that. When Siko asked to hold my gun katana HF Muramasa, I almost didn't let it go. She needed to take my fingers one by one off the handle. You can't simply ask a man to part with his blades like that. It's not right. Right now I'm cooking with Isabella while the girls are on a mission. Is a little late for dinner, but whatever. I throw a huge piece of cooked meat over my shoulder. I cooked a lot because of the little beasts, and I felt a white blur pass super fast and take it before reaching the ground. Cathalhu looks at Kerbanig with hatred in his eyes, and I can see his mouth widening and the tips of the tentacles appearing. Don't fight. Here's some more. I throw it to Cathalhu too, and he grabs it easily, taking my salad to the dining room. I see Isabella setting the table. Putting the salad on the table, I look at Isabella's side profile. Maybe I should show my appreciation to Isabella. She is literally the one that I'm the closest of my summons. And also my first. With the exception of Cathalhu. Isabella. I call her yes. She turns. I go to hug her by the waist but decide against it and put my hand on her shoulder instead. I don't always say that, Isabella, but I want you to know that I really appreciate everything that you do for me. You really take a huge load off my shoulders. I say sincerely, and she smiles a nice smile. Why make women smile so good? I know, master. I really enjoy doing everything for you. She says, you're irreplaceable, Isabella. I say and give her a peck on her cheek. She is blushing a little now but still keeps a calm face. Cute. TSK. Is this the inherent male urge to make women happy? I also can see the relationship loyalty goes to September 10th. One step short of undying loyalty. The mood is good between us now. And then I felt Helena and Shago arriving by one of the portal doors. I knew it. The other side of the harem protagonist luck. Timely arrivals that create misunderstandings. You can't caught me lacking this way, Destiny. I'm aware of your tricks. Separating myself from Isabella the first, greet the two. I trust that everything went well. I say to them, yep. Easy peasy. Everything went as expected, except the part of the ninja samurai Asian woman in a purple leotard jumping on us. Shago says dismissively and goes to steal a sweetbread from the table. Isabella swatted her hand and said to her, go clean herself first. Psylocke? I ask. Shago looks at me strangely. Exactly. Huntress answers, she was working to the hand, but said that she is not really. She wanted to talk with you. Something about wanting your help. Huntress relates. I put on a pensive expression. Psylocke in England? I remember that there's some sort of body swap bullshit that happened with her, right? Or is body fusion? She says that she will be in a certain place tomorrow at midnight. Huntress says, are you going? No. I answer easily, in my time I will search for her. But if hasn't come to search for me and simply talked with you guys about me as an afterthought, she is not really in a hurry. I had too much on my plate already. The hand is an enemy to be dealt after Fisk. My answer appears to please Shago in some way. Is what I thought. Helena says, you can probably find her easily with your X-ray vision or something. I don't answer, my mind trying to remember things about Psylocke. She is hot. That's it. And she is not a villain. So there must be a reason for her to be working under the hand. Well, till now everyone's personality and moral compass is how I imagined it. No reason to be different with her, right? She is even a potential recruitment. Wait, you really have X-ray vision? Shago asked shocked. I thought that they knew it already. That means that you can check the piercing in my nipples at any time? She asks the what in what now? My eyes unconscious goes to her chest for a second before I look at her face. She is showing the smuggest smile ever and I knew I have fallen into her trap. Fujita? Pervert. I do not have piercings. She says. I sigh. I did not check, my eyes moved by reflex. I start but I know that is too late. It's okay. You're a growing boy full of hormones. She consoles me by tapping my shoulder and going away to wash her hands. She does not give me the chance to explain myself. I'm one of the smartest men alive, with reflex and reaction time to watch the flap of wings of a hummingbird like it is almost frozen. And there are battles that I can win against women. I want underwear coated in lead. Helena says, teasing me while following Shago. Joke's on you, lead can't stop my vision, Helena. They knew that I didn't look, but they didn't care. If I argue, we'll just give more fuel. See? If I don't fight, I lose. If I fight, I lose even worse. How can someone win against the women that he cares about? Now I understand married life. I look at Cassandra that was watching the whole exchange in silence. Don't become like them, Cassandra. I say, and she nods in silence. Cute. You're my oasis here, dear. Receive some head pats. Third-person POV. Emma Frost returns to her mansion after a long day. Manipulating people is a chore, even when using her powers facilitates her life. As someone that doesn't trust anyone and works alone, is hard to have free time. She sighs and rubs her shoulders after dropping her purse on the couch of her office. She still has some things to do before going to sleep. Being a CEO is not only a luxury after all. Only when she turns on the lights in her office that she notices that she is not alone. Imagine her surprise seeing Eidolon standing in front of her desk holding a picture of her and her brother in his hands. Ms. Frost. Sorry to barge in, but taking into consideration your methods to try to enter in contact with me, I think I'm still being very civil. Eidolon's smooth and deep voice reaches her ears while he finally looks at her while putting the photography on the desk. She reacts instantly and almost by reflex, and uses her powers to invade his mind. Oh, I expected this from Xavier, but okay. Come. Is the last thing she hears before she finds herself in another place. She looks around, not on her office anymore. This must be his mind. Shit, that is not good. I invaded instinctively, she says to herself. As someone that has many enemies, she is always on edge to use her powers to defend herself. She is not a combatant, so she can either activate her diamond form or invade the enemy's mind to take control and guarantee her safety. What is that? She looks around in amazement, seeing the huge pillar/tree of light and the starry sky. This is the first time she has seen a mindscape like that. She found herself on a mirror-like surface that reflects the starry sky and herself, but when she walks, her feet make small ripples. Am I in water? She muses to herself. His mind sounds surprisingly unprotected. She looks around. There was no landscape and she felt trapped. When she is in someone's mind, it is easy to her to manipulate the mindscape as she pleases. But here? It's like she is in her normal body. She can't even float or travel fast. She could barely move the water under her feet. With much concentration, she can make the huge lake moves a little but nothing more. What type of mind is this? Is he really a human? She thinks and decides to walk to the only noticeable structure in this place. The pillar of light. She starts walking and continues walking, 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 walking. She walks for what looks like hours or even days, but the pillar of light doesn't seem to get close. She is already panting and sweating even if this is not her physical body. She is forced to stop and crouches down. What huff and huff? Her words are interrupted by a voice. Are you finding it hard? Idolin's recognizable voice is heard from everywhere, and at this moment 2 tentacles of water latch on her ankles. She raises herself quickly, but she can't move anymore. Another 2 tentacles move at lightning speed and hold her wrists too. This is oddly familiar. If I'm another type of man, this would be going in a very strange direction. Idolin says with a deep chuckle. Emma Frost watches in amazement as a small part of the starry sky coalesces in a male form in front of her. Like Idolin but made of stars and black matter. Now, this wasn't the way that I wanted to talk with you, but you need to admit that is your fault. He says lightly. He doesn't sound angry, so Emma Frost decides to quell her prideful side and admit her mistake. Was not my intention to invade your mind, she says, half glaring at the cosmic construct in her front. This doesn't sound like an apology, but I will take it. Idolin shrugs. Is not like is your total fault. If I had not allowed you to enter, you would never have the chance. He says. But I want to test. Test? Yes, my mental defenses. You are a very skilled telepath, so I thought and make you a test subject to my first mental barrier. He confesses, I didn't see any defense. She says, oh, is not to see. Idolin appears to smile. There's no problem in telling you. My first defense is this open field. He says, opening his arm. Emma just maintain herself in silence. Don't following, huh? Good. He says in a low voice that only he can hear. The first barrier is you simply walking. I made the first barrier a resistance test. Only someone with a mental power greater than mine could ever hope to invade my mind. And let me say, there isn't much of them out there. So, if even you, I gifted telepath, that even if not on Omega level is very experienced, can't cheat on my first barrier. He finishes here because there's really no need to say more. Emma Frost just looks at this man like he is some sort of monster. Wasting this much mental power to create a big empty space to be a resistance test. Such waste. How can he even live normally if his mental power is focused and maintain this huge space? By the way, you're on the easy mode. He comments and then uses his right leg to stomp the ground strongly. The shockwave makes huge waves. The waves make the lake lose the reflect propriety and finally reveals what is inside the water. Monsters. Emma's eyes widen in shock and almost fear at seeing the appearance and quantity of the creatures swimming under her feet. Having the mental powers suppressed, being trapped in his mind, losing strength with every step and still being attacked by these monstrosities. Must be a nightmare. And this is only the first barrier. Anyway, thank you for helping me, Miss Frost, he says with a smile. Now, get out. He says, and Emma feels herself being yanked away off his mind. Back in her office, Emma finds herself in her real body. A good thing if not for a little problem. Idolin holding her by the throat. Even if I'm not mad, I would like to remember you to never do that again. He says in a low voice. His eyes bore into Emma's blue orbs. At this moment, Idolin's eyes, which are always changing, have settled in a gray-white tone that looks like some sort gem. Emma's brain faintly registers that she likes his eyes and remembers some discussions on TV and the internet about the eyes of Idolin representing his mood. But nothing was ever proved about that. Still, with Idolin's hand around her neck, Emma shifts her body to her diamond form in a way of self-defense. Idolin chuckles at that. I think I understand. You're too accustomed to using your powers and getting away. No consequences. And having a diamond form makes you think that you're invincible. TSK? Rookie mistake. He says, shaking his head. He continues, a common case of small powers in an even smaller place. I hope you know that I could break you even in this diamond state, and if I think is too much trouble I can simply throw you away in space. Exclamation point. You don't need to breathe this way. But can you imagine yourself floating aimlessly in the infinity, maybe being found by some space pirates and having a horrible fate? He's again and gave her a look, as if waiting for her. Slowly the diamond recedes and Emma reveals herself again in flesh and bones. To show his approval, Eidolon takes his hand from her neck and smiles through his eyes. Let's talk like civilized people, he says and turns away to sit in a couch in the office. Emma massages her neck even if it doesn't hurt. She wants to gain time. Time to think. She doesn't say a word when she crosses the office and goes to pour a drink to herself. The pace of the conversations was in Eidolon's control from the start. She doesn't like it, not even a bit. You can say what you want from me now. But it appears that Eidolon would not give her any chance. She slowly drinks her whiskey to gain time to put her thoughts together. Eidolon is not even looking at her overall direction. If you're gonna start with your power plays, I will go away, he says calmly. You're the one with the power plays. She thinks to herself while leaning on her own desk. She prefers to not sit down, maybe even hide her face from him. From this angle, he can't see her. How do you know that I wanted to talk with you? She starts. Eidolon maintains himself in silence. After an uncomfortable moment, Emma talks again. I just thought in offer a partnership. She drawls, I'm part of a certain group of people that have much dash. If you're going to invite me to the Hellfire Club, I will respectfully decline, he says, standing up and moving to the door. Emma bites her lips. She can't let the opportunity pass like that. So she decides to put the cards on the table. You're not even interested in the members of the club that are making certain projects against the metas? She asks, and Eidolon pauses and turns around. Bullseye. This man can't be baited by money, status, or power. But there's something that he cares about too much. The meta question is the way to having him. Selling your friends? Shame on you, he says with mirth in his voice. I have no friends there, she says with a smirk. As meta yourself, why didn't you give me this information so that I can protect us all? He says, approaching till he is looming over her. I'm a businesswoman, I never give anything without receiving anything back, she says while reclining a little too much on the desk, showing a lot of her cleavage to him. A good friend is worth more than gold, Ms. Frost, Eidolon says slowly, his eyes never going below her neck. As much I would appreciate your friendship, she says slowly while blatantly staring him up and down and even putting a hand on his pecs. I want something more substantial, she says with certain innuendos and looks up at him. He chuckles. A deep chuckle that reverberates on her body. He puts his two hands on the desk, trapping her between them while approaching his face to hers, wanting to manipulate Eidolon and using him as a spear to take care of your enemies? He guesses her thoughts easily. Are you sure that you can handle me, Miss Frost? He says deeply, their faces very close. One of Emma's hands sneak in a slit of Eidolon's mantle and runs on his torso slowly. I can handle everything that you give to me, dear. And I'm sure that you will find our partnership very pleasing. She keeps eye contact while walking with her fingers by his muscular arm till her hand reaches his face. Say their names, he says huskily. She puts a finger on where his mouth should be. I need you to work with me. You mean to take them down in a certain order and at a certain time so that you can reap the most of the benefits? He asks with a raised brow. My dear, we're perfect to each other. Know exactly what I want. I think we will have a great time in the future. She smiles. Promise me that you will not act without informing me and I can give you the information that you want. Promise me that you will take down a certain enemy of mine and everything will be yours, she says, getting closer. Without his mask it would need only her to move an inch and they would kiss. Her other hand would need to only move a little lower and would reach his manhood. He is basically between her legs too. The sexual tension is thick between the two. Suddenly he moves away from her. What enemy? He asks indifferently. Emma is afraid to have overreached and destroyed the mood, so she talks fast. Sebastian Shaw. He is a meta and is not exactly against metas, but he is not a good person. She explains, like you then? He says, tilting his head. Her smile falters. Worse. You can make your own research and give me an answer later. She negotiates. Unnecessary. Shaw is in my sight for a time. Say when you're ready to swallow the Hellfire Club money and other things and I will act. Now, give me the information. He says, extending his hand to her. Emma almost celebrates internally but maintains a calm facade. She turns around and bends over the tablet to reach into a drawer of her desk. She purposefully sticks her ass in Idolin's direction. A nice ass, he observes. In tight white pants that almost look like are painted on her legs. He decides to not comment on her arousal that he can smell. She takes her sweet time and finally turns around abruptly, trying to catch him staring. She frowns when notices that Idolin is turned in another direction. Here. She gives a pen drive to him. Remember, come talk to me before attacking them. She says the pen drive disappears from her hand and Idolin turns around and walks to the door. I will keep my word, he says before phasing through it. Now, alone in her office, Emma thinks for herself that even if not perfect, the meeting went well. A man like that can't be manipulated easily. I thought that he was a bleeding heart fool with his heroic antics. But he is no fool. She says before putting in another drink, at least, the bleeding heart part is on point. She downs the whiskey in one go, a very hot bleeding heart hero. She raises her eyebrow while feeling the wetness between her legs. Hector POV okay, things went better than I expected. She really gives the information for a promise. The entire meeting was played by me, tiring her mentally to low her judgment skills. Power plays. Seduction can go both ways, you know, Emma? And talking about seduction, what heck was that? Fuck, I almost bent her over and fucked her on that desk. She has me acting up, fam. I can't lie. But why? I circle the air while thinking, do I really have an Oedipus complex? Can't be. No. I know why. Fuck Batman. I inherited his fetish for those villainous types. Remembering all the women in Marvel that fall on this archetype, Madame Hydra, Celine Galio, Morgan Le Fay, Black Cat, Mystique, Hela, Sin, Deathbird and many others. Oh boy, the road ahead will be hard. Pun intended. At least, it appears that I have standards. After all, I haven't felt even an ounce of attraction for Amora. Good to know. Black Cat POV okay, the night is not going so well. I hide behind a pillar. The goons chasing after me. Maybe I bit more than I can chew trying to steal from these guys. Well, they're criminals and these gems are stolen anyway. Not even Idolin would care about it. But now I'm in a very bad situation. No escape route, my grappling hook broken and I can't win against that many people. Search carefully. She is still hiding around. She couldn't have escaped. She hears one of the goons shout. Fuck, they're close. The saving grace is that they are using cold weapons. No guns. If not, I would be dead already. I think I must thank Idolin the next time I see him, if there's a next time. No criminal organization is crazy to do shootouts in New York anymore. Heh, these guys are quaking in their boots in fear of only one man. Serve them right. They are even afraid of saying his name out loud. HM? This is crazy. But I will eventually be caught. I hear steps getting closer to where I'm hiding. Shit. Is all or nothing. I hope luck is on my side. I take a deep breath. My heart is beating fast. Damn, this is exciting in its own way too. And then I scream, save me. Idolin. From the top of my lungs, fuck. She was there. That bitch is crazy, she called him. I look behind the pillar. It's almost funny seeing their scared faces. You slut, let's see if you can scream while choking on my dick. A guy shouts angrily and I hate that this triggers some bad memories. Dark thoughts flood my mind. What if he doesn't come? What if he is on the other side of the planet? Or not even on the planet? This bet is too risky. Let's take care of her and get the fuck out here. Another someone shouts, shit, he is really not coming. Preparing myself to fight till my last breath, maybe even kill myself, I hear, thunder? No, a sonic boom. The whole place falls silent. I was not the one to hear it. I take my eyes off the ceiling and look at the criminals. They're immobile, hardily breathing, looking up as if waiting for the sky to fall on them. I smile smugly at them. Then a black blur crashed on the ground, making the whole place tremble. Slowly, Eidolon straightened himself up. Even if he is only one man, his presence overwhelms the whole place. Damn, look at that back. I do not like to be a damsel in distress, but damn if this isn't super hot. He turns around to look at me with a bored look. I'm not your plot armor, woman. I smile and jump on his back, latching onto it. Come on, you need to say, I'm here. I want the whole package. I tease him and he sighs. Chapter 181 to 200 is ended and next chapter 201 to 220 is here. Thanks for watching. If you want to suggest me anything, please comment. Thank you.